the cloud. Okay, I got you. And let me see if I can give that back to you then. Okay, so Mike, who do you want to, who's the first one in your list?
Ma'am Rowena po, Rowena Valesa,
Rowena.
and then Janessa, yeah po. Because
Okay,
she's one of those who are in the list po that Ma'am Mirna sent last time.
got it. Okay, well, we're gonna continue and finish what we had last time then. Okay, before we got Rowena on, I want to welcome everyone. So far, we only have 18, so this is not a big number today, possibly. With people on vacation, so they may not be interested in attending a Zoom. And I want to talk to you all today about, I don't know if we should have one in the summer, give you a break, or but at the same time, this is actually the hiring season, June and July. They may have just a few J1 visas available, but they'll be sporadic. Usually it's gone, most of the visas are gone by first 2 weeks of June. But there will be some districts that may end up doing H1B if they're desperate enough and there's no J1 visa. I think that's what happened with you, Mike, right? They
Yes po, Doc.
yeah, they ended up doing H1B because they were running out of J1. So I don't know, Mike, should we do you think we should continue to meet or should we not meet in the summer? I don't know what's best. In your opinion on that? Mike, what's your opinion on that?
Um, think po we can still have maybe once a month or like that.
So maybe one in June, so this could be our June one and then another one in July. Is that what you're saying?
Mm, I think we can have twice this June po because of the J1 visa.
Okay.
Yeah. And
So
then
maybe
yes po. And then we can have a Zoom po if ever some of our members are sending us message po in our group chat or maybe in our Facebook group if they need help.
As need
yeah,
So,
arises.
yes
yeah,
po.
we can do that, or we can even just do one, but not as long because
Yes
what's been
po.
going on is been so long, like twice as long as I intentionally, want. So, my husband said, your Zoom is becoming 4 or 5 hours now. It's pretty much taking most of your morning. And that is true. But I hate to not, entertain people when they're on the list. So we'll try to have that goal this summer because we are off and we really need to have people, maybe sleep in. Anyway, our featured speaker today is Sherlynn Metcalf. She is one of my really good friends, and she is African American educator. She's a instructional coach like me. She has about the same education as me, except doctorate. So she went all the way to specialist, I think. And so anyway, she and I worked in Mountain Home for a few weeks, coaching, instructional coaching teachers and students. So anyway, so I invited her. One reason is that I want you to be able to ask questions with her. And another reason is that I want you to get used to listening to somebody local here, African American lady, that the parents of your students might sound like Sherlynn, so I want you to be.
Oh,
I want to
so something is wrong with Doc Merlina's
bring in a
connection.
bunch of diverse educators here because maybe it would help you understand during the interview because I know the common thing is that they have problems understanding. I do have an unstable internet today. I don't understand why, but anyway, so if I get it frozen up, that's what happened. Okay. So welcome. She will be here about 8 o'clock, Mike. So watch for her, okay? Let's do Rowena. Go ahead, Rowena, if you want. Tell us
Good
about
morning.
yourself. Make sure you
Good
include
morning.
only professional information, your, education, number of years of experience, subject content taught, maybe what kind of grades you have taught before, and your teaching philosophy and why you want to come to the US. Those are some basic things that I would like for you all to share.
Yes, good evening. I am Rowena Valesa Bachelor's of Education, Elementary Education, major in Special Education, and I also finished my Master's of Arts in Education, major in Special Education too, and I have a 36 units in PhD, major in Special Education. I do have 15 years experience in special education, teaching in special education, both private and public. I'm taught in public for 7 years now. I'm handling children with different challenges, autism, Down syndrome, and ID. I'm handling also children with early intervention in preschool to grade 3 level.
Okay. Great. Did you
Yes,
say grade
ma'am.
2 and grade 3?
Level 3, from level 3, level 1 to level 3, ma'am.
What does that mean?
In special education.
Oh, okay. So what's the highest on that? Level 5?
Level
Or
3, ma'am.
level
Here in
3?
the
Okay. So
Philippines.
you do all the levels. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
As you can tell, I'm not a special ed educator, so that's why I'm asking that question.
Okay, ma'am.
Tell us about your teaching philosophy and why you want to come to the US.
And my teaching philosophy is that all children can learn as long as the teacher have passion to teach them. I want to go to US to teach, to learn and to earn as well. When I come back here in the Philippines, I want to put up life skills center to help the children who graduated in elementary. So at least they can have work to be entrepreneur and to help their family too. So they will not be a burden, but they can also helpful in the society and their family.
Okay. Hi, Wang, can you open your camera? I would love to see your face. We always do that when we're introducing because I want to see everybody's faces.
I'm logging out if I open my camera with ma'am.
Everybody else, if you don't mind to mute yours, or Mike, if you don't mind to do that. That way we'll have we can really focus on the speaker. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, I'm a louder.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, I think your introduction need to be a little smoother. You need to be a little smoother, like you just got to keep going and all this, and make sure you have your camera on whenever you talk to the interviewer. Okay, yours. Sometimes there's more than one, and of course they're going to introduce themselves first, and then they will ask you to introduce yourself. But you know when they do introduce themselves, you need to pay attention and write their names down or whatever. So when you start your introduction, you can refer to them. Good morning, Dr. McCullough, Mr. Mike, thank you so much for having me, and I appreciate your time. I know you're busy. And then start introducing yourself. And you are special ed, looks like, and you said you have 15 years of experience?
Yes, ma'am, both in private and public.
That's total. That's your 15 years total?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so total. And you said something about all students can learn as long as the teacher has passion. You might want to add things like as long as you give them extra time, because everybody learns except at their own rates, right? They're different rates, especially, you'll notice this in special ed that maybe even without a passion, it's good to have a passion for teachers. They still could learn as long as they're given extra time, as long as, they're given that, you have to wait and wait for them to developmentally be ready, right? As you know. Congratulations, by the way, on your hours of doctorate. That's really cool that you continue on and to get there. Are you continuing to do that, or are you still doing that, or did you stop?
I'm still doing it right now.
What is your anticipated graduation date?
By January, ma'am.
Good job. You're close. So you're doing, are you about to dissertation, or are you already in dissertation now?
One academic subject before the dissertation.
One subject, not bad. Yeah, I graduated with mine in 2011. So, but then I retired in 2016. So I only had 5 years of it. Then I retired. But but then I'm using it as a consultant now. So I am doing consulting work all over the US and sometimes abroad. But anyhow, do you have a question for me? Usually at the end of your interview, they'll ask you questions, and I don't know, Rowena, if you have, I don't think I recognize your name. You have not sent me your resume and cover letter. So if you want to be formally a member of my group, you're going to have to send me your resume and cover letter. Make sure your resume had a little picture on top. I know normally you don't, but for international teachers, I would like for you to have that because it will help them see what you look like. And then hopefully a really good picture, you know, because it speaks 1,000 words. And then include your professional information like you told me. And then of course your, you know, teaching philosophy there, and 3 references on the bottom. Make sure it has your email, their email info and their phone, because they're going to send them a request to give you a recommendation, like survey, you know, 1 to 10, what are you in organization, what are you in, you know, in how you collaborate, all that good stuff. There's usually about 9 or 10 things there they ask. So whoever you put as your, for everyone, for Wing and everybody, whoever you put as your you know, references, your character references, it has to be your one supervisor, a colleague, and maybe a friend for a character reference. Make sure you tell them to pay attention to their emails, because they may send you an email and that might stop them from interviewing you if they don't get everybody's responses. Like, you know, some of the folks here that have attended a few of my meetings, they have asked me, can I use you as a reference? Well, don't use me unless I know you, because then I don't know what to write, what to say. So try to, you know, those, my regulars here, I have said, yes, go ahead, but try to limit it to 2 or 3 places, because I don't want to have 50 people, you know, asking me about one person. That's not fair. So, but anyway, so make sure that those folks that you put down there are people that actually like you, you know you, because they have to be able to say your strength and your weaknesses, and will they highly recommend you. I always say that I highly recommend this person is because this, and this, you know, but I cannot be lying about it if I don't know you. You cannot be putting me there when I don't know you. You know what I mean? So people would ask me and I'm like, well, you need to attend more for me to know you. Or even sometimes they might not be able to attend, but at least they email me. You know, we would have that email correspondence and all that. And some of them before an interview, especially if their first interview, they would actually ask me, can we do a one-on-one mock interview? And I've done that. And I don't charge for any of that. I just want to help because I am a, you know, I'm a Filipino American educator. I actually came to the US 19 years old, and I did all my college here, my bachelor's, master's, specialist, and doctorate. But so I have more than 30 plus years of education experience in America. And as a teacher, as an administrator, principal, assistant principal, curriculum director, and then K-12 literacy specialist. That's why I retired from Department of Education as a K-12 literacy specialist in the PD unit. So we were actually creating PDs for teachers across the state, and then we provided PDs for the trainers, and then the trainers when the co-ops would train the teachers. So we were the state level trainers. So anyway, so now I felt like I could use this to help our peeps, our bunch. And so anyway, and so I would like for you to be here. I think there's like more than 100 folks now that I have brought over here, and I think more than half, or a little bit less than half, maybe, or barely half, are in Arkansas. So Arkansas is now forming a really huge community here now because they're bringing their families. You know, Mike's right in the middle of that mess, in that wonderful organization, kind of learning community they have formed. And so they are in Helena, West Helena. This will be the cities right there by the Mississippi River. The border, if you look at the map of the US, it will be the border of Mississippi and Arkansas. In fact, Helena is right there by the Mississippi River Bridge. So anyway, like I see there, my cousin Fran is over here. Good morning. Yes, good morning, Day. Wing, where are you in the Philippines at?
I'm here in Caloocan City,
Oh, you're in
NCR.
Tagalog. Okay. And so did you have a question for me? They're gonna ask you that. So make sure that you do ask a question. What will the question that you want to ask?
Maybe is the the class size of the
Okay, that's a good
special
question.
education, ma'am?
Yeah, I think there is a limit of less than 10. Mike, you can answer this. Mike is special ed. Mike, what is the limit? Because I know Mike has like 4 in his past school. He had 4 different aides.
Yes
So
po. In my classroom po, I have 13 in my caseload. But my the other two students were attending the general ed and resource class. They are included in the general ed class and then attending the resource class. But in my class, I have uh, 10 different ages and different disabilities.
okay,
From
10 different ages, Mike, 10 different
kindergarten,
people.
yeah, kindergarten to 6th grade.
Okay.
Yes
So
po.
you have, yeah. So yeah, so that's what it is here. I remember the number 10 for some reason, that is the limit.
Yes po.
And then you have to have an aide or a paraprofessional, they call them here. And Mike happens to have some that needed one-on-one help. So that's why he had 4
Mhm.
4 different
Yes
aides,
po.
which is a really
It dep-
unique situation. A lot of time you don't get
mhm.
that many. So
Yes po. It depends po. Especially if you are a teacher po of CBI, the community-based instruction. Yeah.
you get more, yeah,
Mhm.
you get more help, right?
Yes po.
Because
Yes po.
there's more severe, right? Is that what you're saying? They're more
Yes po.
severe, yeah, severe
Is
case.
it self-contained, sir? Self-contained
Yeah,
or
self-contained. CBI is self-contained here.
Yeah.
and some included in inclusion in general ed?
Yes, included
Oh,
in
that mainstreaming here, yeah.
Here
They
in the Philippines
mainstream.
now, I'm handling 30 children.
Oh my gosh, you are for, yeah, I wonder if that is even following the law, because I don't know your law, your
Yes.
IDEA law might be different than ours for sure, but here it's pretty strict about the number, so you will never see that here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you will have
In the memo in the Philippines, in the memo is 10, but in the reality, it's 30. We divide
Yes.
it into 3 sessions, 2 hours per session per 10.
Oh wow. Well,
So it's
here,
exhausting.
yeah, here they really can't do that, even though they cannot divide like that, because they have to we get audited. They have a standard standard check every year, and they will be able to see that, and they will get flagged. They don't want to be flagged for special ed. So they really are careful about that. There is, I know, a limit of for the regular teachers, there are a limit of 150 students that your name will be associated with, that they will be you'll be the teacher of record. So 150. So if you have 30, you only can have 5 groups of 30. So that's why if you have 6 whatever, you're going to have less than that. Although it used to be, I don't know now, but it used to be when I was teaching, I remember they have a smaller limit for kindergarten, and then it gets higher as you go up in a grade. So you may have as many as 27, 26, or whatever in the 5th, 6th grade, but then 4th down would be a little less. So, but that's my experience is with the smaller school. There were only 800 students, 400 elementary, 400 high school. So that's where I live, small town. And so I didn't never have anything more than 20. My average numbers were always like 16, 17. I even had a year when I had 13. And that was really nice because I didn't have an aide, but we were able, and it was, because I've taught all the grades except 10th and 12th. But when I was doing 4th grade, that was my favorite grade. Um, it was self-contained. They did not switch classes until 5th and 6th. So they were in my classroom all day, and we just like a schedule. And because I had them all day, and I did like a problem-based, you know, PBL, some projects, monthly projects, and so on. But it just like it could run over in the schedule because we are integrating across the curriculum. So their project would have pretty much covering a lot of areas. There'll be math there, there'll be literacy there, there'll be science there, there'll be social studies content there. So there's gonna be a lot of the skills. So I did a lot of that integration across the curriculum, although I still taught the concepts and so on, but then when you get done, that's where they go back to the project. So I had a monthly project. So that's something you could do because, you know, a lot of times you'll have like an early finisher for regular classroom, especially you have an early finisher. And those are the kids that will, you know, be bored or misbehave if they finish and you don't have anything for them to do. So in my case, I always have a monthly project that they can always go to when they get done. Or they could go to my station. I have learning stations for the different areas. I have a publishing center for literacy. I had a science center where we had a pet, and I had some math center where they build things, and I even have a chess center where, you know, our chess players were playing. But anyway, you can do something like that creative in America. They usually have bigger classrooms too. So and you can request for furniture, like I need tables, I need whatever, you know, you could ask the principal. A lot of time they might have some in storage, you know, but of course it's going to depend also in school because some schools are going to be high poverty and they may not have as much money, although, you know, the funding, how it goes in the funding is that it's maybe $10,000 per child. So maybe $500,000 for every child that they give the school. But then if you are in high poverty where it's 100%, you know, free and reduced lunch, everybody eats for free, then they get double that. So every child will get $1 million. So really those high poverty school, although, you know, they have that poverty, they actually get lots of help, but at the same time they have all this, you know, extra things that they have to do, extra programs they have to do because of their needs, because of the, you know, lots of, you know, other services that they need. So they get it spent because they have to spend it or else they're going to get less than next year. So but they are getting more help if they're in high poverty. And that's why the old school of Mike, they could afford like bonuses, you know, at the end of the year, all that the other schools will not be able to, you know, because they have the extra money that they have to spend at the end of the year. So Mike, are you able to get the bonus at all?
Not yet po, but the last one last March we got
Yeah.
po. We got
What is it?
5,000.
And
Yeah.
they're supposed to give you another 5,000?
Hopefully. Praying
Wow.
for that.
Yeah, that's
But
like
Wow.
of course,
that's about
since I'm going to transfer.
$300,000 our pesos.
Mhm.
That's about a third of a million. So that's pretty cool. Okay, that's just a bonus, huh? And some schools here also have the sign-on bonus, you know, especially in states where it's so hard for them to get teachers. You even advertise, we have a 5,000 sign-on bonus, we have 7,000 sign-on bonus. If you work for us, then you will get that money after you sign the contract. So it's kind of nice to have that. And so, and I think Perimeter, there is a healthcare facility here that I think they hired maybe three of our folks here. And they actually, what they're having them do is they pay for the visa, but then when they come on, they will get it paid 100% reimbursed. But then it kind of be like their sign-on bonus is how they kind of look at it. Like, it's like instead of giving them sign-on bonus, we're going to pay for the expenses. So anyway, but by the way, Mike, they're working with Dr. Topaz. So anyway,
Yes.
so we'll see about that. We'll talk about that later. Okay, so Rowena, did you say you asked me about the your question for me was what again? About the class size. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So
That's
I'm sorry, I just went on and on about it, but yeah, I was taking the
that's
opportunity
good.
to also talk about America and you can see the difference. Okay. All
Yes,
right.
po.
Yes.
So we're
Actually,
gonna
Doc,
thank you.
uh,
Yeah,
yes po. Yes
go
po.
ahead.
Actually, Doc, I sent po in a group chat the DESI requirements for special education. All
Yeah,
the information about the special education here in Arkansas are listed there. The class
yeah.
size, the policies, and everything.
Good. Put it on
And
the
also,
chat.
yes po. Yes po. And also, Doc, we can invite her to apply in Lee County and the Forest City, and
They're
they are
needing,
hiring. Yeah,
yep, they're
they are
needing
in need
special
of
ed
special
everywhere.
education.
Yeah.
Yes po. Yes po.
When you have that schoolspring.com, if you go to schoolspring.com, you can actually choose what state. You also have that job postings. Mike, can you find that for me? Put it in chat, the one with the job postings of the 50 states. That might be a good thing to put in there too. And Mike, do you mind emailing me what you put in chat too, please? That way I'll have that. I have a list of my links that I need to add that, if you don't mind. So, okay. So, Rowena, we're done with you. Thank you so much for coming on. And I hope you continue to ask questions. If you have it, just put it in chat. and we will try to answer it for you, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am, for enlightening me.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. There's somebody that said Samsung. You might want to change your name to and your name instead of Samsung, your phone. So Mike just said, "What is your name? Kindly rename." I think he's talking about the Samsung person too. All right. So next one after Rowena is Joanna De Luna. Is that right? Did I read that right?
Janessa.
Oh, Janessa De Luna.
Janessa.
I cannot even read my own handwriting.
Yes.
Okay, Janessa
It's
De Luna.
okay.
You're next.
Oh, hi.
Hey.
I'm so nervous.
Oh no, why? Oh, yeah, saan ka?
It's
Tagalog ka?
my first time.
Oh, don't worry. You Tagalog or Cebuano?
Tagalog.
Oh, Tagalog. Yeah, taga Cebu lang ako,
Yes.
Dai. Don't worry. No, I'm good.
Okay,
You're
so
good.
all right, so let's start. Good evening, teachers, and good morning, Dr. Merlina. Thank you for having me tonight, and thank you for letting me in your Zoom meeting. I am Teacher Janessa, and you can call me Teacher Jane or Janeng for short. I am currently residing here in Laguna, and I was able to finish my college and achieve my degree in Bachelor of Elementary Education last 2013. Then in 2019, I took up my master's degree, major in educational management at Paita Science and Business College, and finished it last 2021. Then right after I graduated college, I became part of the BPO company where we cater to Americans. I don't know if you are aware or if you're familiar with the Pitney Bowes machine, DirecTV, and Macy's. So those are the accounts I handled before with the Americans. And I know that this is not aligned with my teaching profession, but this is where I learned to communicate with other people in different countries over the phone. And I also learned to deal with their different emotions and problems and was able to help them. Then after my contract with this company, I decided to pursue my teaching profession. In 2016, I decided or I started teaching elementary and high school in an international private school called the Bridgewater School Incorporated, and it ended year 2018 because of the contract. So they only offered 2-year contract. So this is where I learned to handle students of different nationalities because of their student exchange program, like Vietnamese and the student from Hawaii. I also remember I even taught them how to dance Korean and their parents were so happy because their kids were or had experienced those kinds of things before going back to their country. And you know what touches my heart? I saw one of my students' picture on Facebook last year or the other year, if I'm not mistaken. Um, uh, they were dancing Cariñosa, so it touches my heart because he was able to share it with his classmates in Hawaii. Then while teaching exchange students, then I took advantage of it by doing sidekick online. I became an online teacher since then until now. I shared my English skills and our Filipino culture and traditions, not only with the Vietnamese, but also with the Koreans and Chinese. So while being on an ESL teacher at night, I am maximizing my daytime as a public teacher here in the Philippines. So I started 2018. Then up until now, I was handled by 3 different school heads. So I was so lucky. I was handled by 3 different school heads, and I learned different things from them. Like my first school head taught me how to become a more God fearing and have faith in God that everything will happen in God's perfect time. And my second school had taught me how to balance or to live a balanced life and be optimistic all the time. And lastly, my current school head taught me how to be a good leader and to always share my talent by sharing my skills with my colleagues through seminars and programs and projects I made. And I love that he always let me make good decisions like this for my professional development. So with these experiences, I also learned a lot of things from my diverse students by applying different strategies like my favorite. I know that you're familiar with this. I do, we do, you do. I find this very effective in most of the subjects because this is where you model. Of course, you have to model instructions first, then you share instruction by doing it together, and then you let your students do it with your guidance, of course, by watching them, and lastly, let them do it alone. Okay, for them to reflect and to be independent. I think that's my philosophy in
Okay.
teaching. So I guess that's all I can say right now, Dr. Merlina. Thank you so much for
Okay.
this
Thank you.
experience.
Thank you. Hi, Mike. I want you to be my timekeeper if you don't mind, Mike. Okay, so that you could maximize our time. I think you did
Yes,
well, Vanessa. You're very fluent. I'm impressed with
Thank
your
you.
fluency. I can tell that you have been teaching ESL because you are
Yes.
talking like a native. And so yeah, you described GRR. That is actually gradual release of responsibility here, GRR. That's the, the I do, we do, and you do. And that's a very good practice to do always. You do not just give worksheet and drill sheet to students and not even doing any learning, teaching, because that's been a shortcut to a bunch of people. I'm not saying Filipinos, but I see a lot of the locals, some of the locals are doing that. And that's always a big no-no. You do not just give students a worksheet. You need to, if you need to give them something to do and written, that needs to be, you need to have already taught them with interactive strategies and so on, and some relevance and all this, so it needs to be meaningful to them instead of just like giving them a worksheet, like almost like a babysitting thing. That should be a big no-no. So anyway, and congratulations, you also have your master's already. You sound like you're just a workaholic, girl.
Yes.
When you're working through the day and then you
Yes,
do
Dr. Merlina, since I don't have my own family yet, so I am trying to maximize myself and
well,
my
good.
time
Yeah,
for my
looks like you.
professional development.
Yeah, so I think maybe one of your strengths may be organization. You have to be organized to be able to do that, and a multitasker.
Yeah.
Because in order for you to teach and go to school and and to teach another a side gig, I think that's very impressive. So that goes back to you being hardworking. And so that's gonna be a good. And I think the way you introduce yourself and it's very smooth, and you did transition and it just made everything related. I think that's very good the way you did it. Okay. So make sure that when you acknowledge some people that have introduced themselves, like I introduced myself, but Mike is my co-host. So you both, all of you, you need to go, you do go to greet the people that are hosting, like I'm me, and then Mike, Mr. Mike Roca. And so anyway, and sometimes we have two people helping, but yeah, because I don't want, whoever's helping to feel like, they're not being mentioned, they're not being acknowledged, because it's an unpaid job, right, Mike? So the least you could do is acknowledge him for his help. But anyway, but other than that, you really are, you and Rowena did a very awesome job, introducing yourselves, and kind of just keep that in mind. And then you should do well. Special ed, Rowena will be able to really, you can just pretty much pick a job in any state. Okay, so if you go to www.schoolspring.com, you would have a choice of special ed everywhere. So that's what I noticed. And I don't know if Mike had posted the one with the job postings for the 50 states. Mike, have you done it?
yes,
The one
yes,
that everybody, yeah. If you click on that, that has all the 50 states. And so yeah, and then later on, if you send me your resume and your cover letter, I always respond with the list of links that you need to have, like your PowerPoint. I have a PowerPoint presentation on interview, like your what you could answer, different questions, common questions. So those are something that people have actually printed out and used as more of a resource, because I actually spelled out there, like, this is how you should answer this if they're asking you about what to do with unmotivated kids. Janessa, what do you do with unmotivated kids? They don't want to learn. They don't want to, I don't want to do it. They don't
Well,
want to do their
for
homework.
me,
How do you do it?
So for that question, I will address it immediately, and I will make sure to address it privately without making that student feel embarrassed. And I will talk to my student privately. And if it is in the middle of the class, I will ask someone or the teacher in the next classroom to check my students for me while talking to my students. And this is where you will realize the importance of our colleagues, because they are the ones who will help you in times like this, right? So going back to the students case, so I will talk to him. I will check if he's physically and mentally well, because we all know that students who are physically active tend to have better grades. Um they're good in cognitive performance, and classroom behaviors are good. So if that's not the problem, so I will also check my student's profile, his history, and I will talk to his parents about the situation.
Good answer. You have to get the root cause. Okay, you're doing a root cause analysis, and at the same time, you're using what you know about kids and getting the profile. Instead of saying going to the growth profile, it might not be good because then you have not seen that. You're supposed to see that the first month. The first, when you first get the kids, you should already have studied the profile, because then you could say things like, because I knew my children's profile, because I studied them before I had, during the beginning of the year, then I would realize that, is this something normal for the child? Is this something that's not normal? So who are the parents or who are the guardians or whoever that I need to talk to, and so on. But you could also look at the comments from the year before, from previous years. But those are good answers that you did. I like that you answered that you do not want to embarrass a child. That's always a main thing. You don't ever embarrass. You say the word COLLEAGUE. Say that. What's the
Colleagues.
word?
Colleagues.
Colleagues. You need to say
Colleagues.
colleagues. Yeah, don't
Okay,
say colleagues.
colleagues.
Say colleagues. Yeah, colleagues.
Colleagues.
And that's something that's not you. It's really it's a cultural thing. That's how we say it in the Philippines. And we've been practicing that here because, that's how they say that here. So they're going to say colleagues. Okay.
Okay.
But there you go. Mike also put my email, McCullough@gmail. So if you want to send me something, I have actually just resent your list, the people that are on my list. I had 500 something, I think. Anyway, I've sent it to all the administrators in Arkansas, all of them, superintendent, principal. So if you are on my list already and you get this email randomly from somebody, it's because I've resent them. I sent them to everybody because some of them have changed jobs. And then I sent it to the neighboring states as well. So I sent it to Tennessee, to Mississippi, Alabama, Texas, Oklahoma, Louisiana. Those states that are surrounding Arkansas, I have sent my list to them. What happened is that it's just a list, like a database, Excel of your name, and then your info, how many years, what degree it is, and what you've taught, and then your contact info with your email, and then link to your resume. So I put a link to your folder that would have all the resume, cover letter, whatever that, some folks have sent me like 3 letters of recommendations. That is optional, but it does help. And some people have sent me like 2-minute introduction video of themselves. And so I include that in your folder. So they actually will already hear you. When they open your folder, they'll see your introduction. So that would be something that you could do. I mean, I've noticed that folks that got their introduction video has gotten more interview, it seems like, in some cases. But I don't know the real reason. Is it because they, of other things, or if it's that? But it should not hurt, to have that. And if it's a video with lots of mistakes, I will correct you. I will say, you know what, there's a lot of grammatical mistakes here. These are the things I found. If you want to, you might want to edit this, because right now that is something that's not going to help you, because there's so many mistakes on pronunciation, or lots of mistakes on on a grammar mistakes, for example. We usually have problems in like staying in the same tense sometimes, and I still catch myself doing that. I've been in America 37 years, and that is just something that preposition problems sometimes. We have pronoun problems sometimes, and I still catch myself, if I'm not watching, catch myself doing that. So don't feel bad. Don't feel like I'm picking on you or I'm being mean or anything like that. It's always coming from from kindness, that I wanted to help, instead of I don't want to insult you ever. I don't know more than you do. We're just like, that's why I always say, one thing I learned from my doctorate degree is that I'm not as smart as I thought I was. It's pretty humbling experience. So whenever I do correction, it's really because I want you to improve. It's not because I'm picking on you to put you down ever. I would never do that. Okay. So as long as that comes from that, that would be a good thing. So you have any question for me, Janessa?
Yes, I have a question. So
Okay.
since I'm into my professional development, so while teaching in America, so can we also enroll in, like, for example, in master's degree, in a doctorate?
Um, I guess you can. I just know that I'm sure you can. The problem is that they are charging 10 times more than the Philippines. So you yeah, they're paying you about 10 times, but they're charging you also 10 times on the tuition. So it might be advisable to enroll in a Philippine university on an online program, because then you'll be paying the Philippine peso. Here you're you're earning dollars, but you're spending dollars. So when I went to school, of course, I was paying, so I actually did student loan because, I had 4 degrees. So I actually did student loan. It took me forever to pay, and I would never recommend it to people to do. Try to save up money and pay for it instead of having loans. But you are limited because you are J1, you are in like a teacher exchange program if you're J1. But if you H1B like Mike, you had Mike, I helped Mike and 3 others, 4 of them, in H1B visa, which is a path to green card. And that is something rare that not very many schools would do that, but they happen to be lucky to do that. And they can actually buy houses, they can do everything, here. And then when they get their green card, well, they will be here 5 years, they can become a citizen, and then nobody can kick them out. so anyway, but I think the green card will be like 10 years worth. And if you don't become a citizen before that, then you're gonna have to renew it, keep renewing it, which I would recommend you becoming a citizen, instead of keeping renewing it. So yeah. Well, maybe, I don't know, is there a limit, Mike? I think there might be a limit of 6 years on the H1B, so you really have to do it before that. I think a limit for J1 is 5, and then you have to
Years,
go
yes
back
po.
to teach. And then I think H1B is 6. So you actually have that 6-year limit before you change yours into, a green card. So I think Mike already have the half a step there, because you already had done the changing of H1B to another school. And then Mike has already done, have you done extension, Mike? You've done an extension. So
Yes po, last time, yeah.
your next step would be to talk about getting it into a green card application. And then once you get that, then you'll be good with your family.
Yes.
And your wife can work as well. So that's the difference
Yes.
between a J1, when you have a J1 visa, which is an teacher exchange visa, it's 5 years, because the stipulation is there's a 2-year physical requirement, which means that you have to go back to the Philippines for 2 years, teach what you know. Then you can come back here as many times as you want, as long as you put in 5 years, you have to stay 2 years in the Philippines. You can do that. But then hopefully you'll be lucky enough to, like, maybe if they like you, they might decide, okay, we want you back, so we will do H1B for you. Some of and some of them are pretty lucky not to even go back, because they will be able to get a waiver. It's really hard to get now, they say, for the waiver. The waiver means that they will waive the 2-year requirement that you can actually continue to teach here. But they said that your J1 sponsors are going to hate that, because they do not want to be a path to green card. Because their original intent is for you to do a teacher exchange, where you're exchanging ideas between one country to another. So they don't really want it to become an immigration thing for them. So when you go and interview, for you to get ready to come, don't ever say, well, you're gonna, gonna stay here if you like it. You should always say, no, I am going back and teach what I know to my fellow, teachers and the students in the Philippines, because that is the intent of the program. Okay, so don't ever tell them that, hey, oh, I like it, so I'm gonna go and get my green card. Nope, you're gonna fail. If your husband will say that, or you'll say that, you will fail. They will not approve you, because in fact, that's why, some of the for the interview, they even, like I think Dr. Topaz or somebody, yeah, I think Dr. Topaz would actually recommend that do not go together, because they want that they are afraid the husband might say something wrong. They can train the teachers and what to say, but they don't, the husband, so they're afraid. But that's really the main thing, is you don't want to be tricked, given a trick question, and then they will answer it wrongly, like your intent of immigration instead of a teacher exchange will show up, and so and also they want to see that you have a reason to come back. So if all of you are leaving, they're gonna say, oh, they're not gonna go back, because look, the whole family's going. They don't have a home in the Philippines. They don't have a way to, you don't have a connection back. So what's the point? You don't have any motivation to go back. So that's another way, that they also were saying that. And another thing is that a requirement for visa sponsor for those that are here is you have to have a master's degree. And if you don't have your master's degree, that means you have to finish that master's degree within the year that you're here. So if you have already started it, you have to be done with it. And that's why the visa sponsors would not even approve you unless you have either, finished it or in the process of finishing it, and will be finished before the year ends, So that's the stipulation. So if you are here and you want to come to the US and you only have a bachelor's degree, you may want to think about trying to, start on your, master's. But of course, it's gonna be upon you, because you know how the money is tight sometimes. So, but you can find some sponsors that would say yes. It's just that the ones that I've been dealing with lately, I've been asking for visas. They've been asking, do they have their master's degree and above? And that's been the first questions they ask me. Another question is, are they currently teaching? So if you're not currently teaching, you may want to really actively look for a job before you decide to even apply, because those are the two stipulations they're going to ask you. Do you have your master's degree and above, and are you currently teaching? Okay, and the third one would be, do you have at least 3 years of experience? So if you only have 2 years, you may want to get one more before you would even be approved. So at least 3 years of experience. I've read somewhere that if you have a bachelor's degree with 5 years of experience, it's actually being looked at by immigration as a master's degree in America. But it seems like visa sponsors are not looking at it that way. And visa sponsors are the one that's going to let you in first, so that they will sponsor you. And so if they won't let you through because they really want you to have a master's degree, well, that's not going to work. But if you Google it, there's really something there that says, for immigration purposes, bachelor's degree with 5 years of experience is considered master's. But some of visa sponsors are not aware of it, obviously. So anyway, that's my thought. All right, number 3 is Joanne Robes. I think Joanne, I've talked to you with Paulette, is that right? Joanne, have I talked to you before? Oh, Mike, did you notice if Sherlynn is in?
Sherlynn, not yet po.
Not yet. Okay, you pay it. Yeah, she is our featured speaker. And in fact,
Yes,
I
po.
also asked Jet, my son Jet is 25. Yeah. He finished his computer science, and he's going into the licensure, alternative licensure, to become a computer teacher in America, in Arkansas, because here in America, they have a non-traditional licensure, which is if you have your 4-year degree here, you can actually go into teaching. They have special program that you can go to, and computer science teachers are very limited right now, and they are requiring every school, I think it's maybe this year or next year, that every school has to offer a computer course at a certain grade, 8th or 9th grade, I don't remember, Mike. But anyway, So every school has to have that, and they don't have that yet. So now they're subsidizing the tuition of this the alternative licensure folks like Jet. And so I told Jet that you might want to share something about, like being a Filipino. He's half American, half Filipino. And then he has visited the Philippines many times. So I would like and another hidden agenda is for me to have you listen to a local person here. And Jet represents a younger population. He's in his 20s, but then if you teach high school, they're already 18 and 19. So they'll be close to his age. And because I want to make sure that you're exposed to the different way that people talk here. You're gonna see that he will speak a little differently than the other kids. So he will represent a half a half, an Asian American kid, how they sound like here. And so with Miss Sherlynn, she sent me a text saying that what did she say? She said, on my way, now I'm having trouble with my computer. I may have to get on my phone. Okay. We'll watch for you. So number 3, Joanne, are you ready? Is Joanne Robes here? You say Joanne or Joan? Joanne, I think. Mike, do you see her?
Yes po, she's
I
still
see Erwin.
here.
Yeah.
She's talking a while ago.
Joanne, can hear you?
Yeah,
I
Ma'am
was
John
looking at.
Robbie, she cannot hear you. Yeah.
There's Diana. Welcome, Diana and Joel. Yeah. Orlando, Maria, Amelia.
Hello,
So we're
Doc.
waiting. Yeah. Okay, Joanne, go ahead. How are you?
Hear me, Doc?
Yeah, give you a 2-minute. Mike's gonna time for me. Up to 2-minute
Okay.
and introduction.
Okay, good morning, Doc. Good morning, Sir Mike. I am Joan Robis from Philippines. I completed my Bachelor of Elementary Education from the University of Eastern Philippines, University Town, Katarman, Region, Samar. And I have my master's degree from Katbalugan, Samar. And I have been teaching for 17 years in elementary public school. I consider myself as 21st century teacher because I'm using interactive learning in teaching my subject. I have knowledge in software and hardware servicing. I am passionate teacher, energetic, understanding, knowledgeable, and I am committed to lifelong learning. My philosophy in teaching is I believe that all my students can and want to learn, so it is my responsibility to challenge them and foster their natural desire to learn. I am using positive discipline in disciplining my grade 6 students inside my classroom. Then I am using discovery approach and differentiated instruction in teaching science, music, arts, physical education, and the technology and livelihood education. Then the reason why I am interested to teach in USA because teaching in USA would enhance my educational experiences and to allow me to explore different teaching method and culture. And also it will enhance my personal and professional growth and for making positive impact to my students and to the community as a whole. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. You answered everything. You're smooth. You tended to talk too fast, like you are being pressured, maybe because you thought of the time. I would rather have you make every word count. So make sure that, I would rather have you slow down and just
Yes, ma'am.
really let what you say make an impact before you go on. And I'm also guilty sometimes that I do talk fast sometimes. The more excited I am, the faster I go. So that is understandable. But for you to introduce yourself for the first time, you may want to kind of make your, I know you have your cheat sheet there, so you are, you're a little better than others to look. I can tell you're looking, but then you are still looking at the camera. Keep doing that. Okay, so you just pretty much visiting with me or the interviewers. You're just visiting and talking to me. And so when you're talking to me, you're not going to have that speed. Okay. And
Yes,
also,
ma'am.
huh? Were you nervous?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you nervous?
Yeah, this is my first time.
Oh, don't worry. You'll get used to it. You'll get used to me. When you get used to me, you won't be nervous because you'll know that she's just Cebuana. Just happens to live in the US, but she's just Cebuana. I'm from Lapu-Lapu.
Okay,
My
I'm from
parents are from Karkar. Huh?
I'm from Northern Samar.
Yeah, see, Bisaya ra ka day. Bisaya raman ko. Kasama ko. Yeah. So when you say the word the Philippines and US, you need to make sure that you have to put the article the Philippines, the
Oh,
US or the USA. Yeah. So you need to make sure you do that. That's a very, very, very common error. And it just makes it sound better and also correct, to say the Philippines, the USA, or the US, because that's how they say it here. They would never say Philippines, this when they always say the Philippines, okay?
okay.
And that's nothing, it's a very, very, very minor error. No big deal. I love that you say you are use discovery, approach, and differentiation. Those are some really key words that you may want to, for example, you say about discovery approach. For example, in my science class, I make sure that, in my last lesson, I did this, and this is how my students discovered this. So for differentiation, I make sure that my special ed students get this, whatever, and then for my struggling learners, I make sure that they do this. I'll give them an extra scaffolding or whatever it is, or I partner them with with a friend or somebody that I noticed that observed that they, seem to get along well. So I make sure that they have a peer tutoring type thing so that because the research is saying that they actually would learn more from their peers than from the teachers. Something like that. You kind of just slow down and kind of make a detail instead of a list. You can actually make a detail of the words that you're saying and then put it in your own context, an own example from your teaching, and that will make it more powerful instead of just having a list. It's like a list going to the store. I need to buy this, this, and this, and this. No, you can't do that because they want to know, what are you talking about? When you say discovery, what do you mean? What does it look like? When you say differentiation, what does it look like? How do you do that in your classroom? Okay, because everybody will have a different answer to that. So it needs to be Joan's answer. It needs to be your class, your classroom. So that's a good idea to do that. You just make your bullet point, give a detail. Another bullet point, give a detail. Give an example. So elaboration, some kind. Even if another sentence would do it. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. You said master's degree, but you never said what area. Make sure you always say what area.
Actually, ma'am, it is educational management.
Okay, so administration. Okay, admin.
Okay.
And you've been in school in experience is 17 years. Okay. I put the note here that needs to slow down. So that's pretty much the big thing that I want you to do is needs to slow down and give examples. Okay. But the words that you use were good. The key terms, the words that, the different vocabulary that you use are good. These are very, very important, specific educational related terms that are really good for introduction. Okay. All right. Any question for me?
Question, ma'am, is how they accept the new employee in the US.
How do what?
How they accept the new employee in the US.
How do you accept?
you-
What do you mean by that? Like, how do you accept?
Example, if you are already in the school, new school, how the principal or other employee accept the Filipino teacher.
Are they okay? The question could be restated as like, does your school have other Filipino teachers, or does your school have other international teachers? How are they accepted?
Yes,
So you
ma'am.
can kind of say that, something like that, because right now when you say that, I'm like, what? I mean, it made it sound like, how do you get accepted to become an employee there? That's kind of, it came out to me like that. So you want to make it clearer. Like, I know, I do not know how, the population of the Filipinos or Asians there. Do you have a lot of, in your school district, do you have a few international teachers, and all that? So how are they, instead of accepted, it made it sound like, like, are they close-minded? You don't want to say the word accepted. How are they adjusting? How How are they adjusting? How are they forming a community? You know, something like that. So you don't want to say accepted because it made it sound like, so you're saying that we might not accept? I mean, you know, it kind of could be taken as a little negative sounding. So don't use the word, are we being accepted? You know, because it made it sound like you might not be accepting me, you know, kind of like, you know, the other side of it. So I would use another way of saying that. How are they adjusting? You know, do you provide any help? Do you provide any mentor or a resource or a go-to person that I can go to in order to help me adjust? You know, so like other schools, Joan, they have actually like hired me as a consultant and I go visit their school depending on what they can afford. I visit their school. Like Brinkley, you know, have always used me every week. Like I go to their school every week and I would observe the Filipino teachers and give them feedback using the same instrument, the same standards that their principal would use. So they would actually see their strengths, their weaknesses based on the standards, same standards that their principal would be using when observing them. And I give that feedback in written and oral feedback to them. And then I also share that with the principal and superintendent and whoever else, curriculum folks that they want me to share it. So they always have a feedback every time I come. So that kind of support. I guess you're wanting to know what kind of support I have there. Do you provide any support for new teachers or for new international teachers? Those kind of things that you could ask. Maybe. So how do you, so Joan, how would you fix it? How would you say it now? Instead of how are they accepted? How will you say it now?
How do you provide support for? How do you provide support for new employee?
Oh, new employee, you don't have to say new employee, just new teachers or new international teachers. Yeah. I describe international teachers because for the regular teachers, everybody's gonna be supported. But do they do something different or more for the international teachers? Okay, so that's something that you want to know. Okay, so in the form of, do you have those you know, international teachers around in the area, even if they're not teaching in that school, maybe in the area, you know, so you can kind of want to know that and to see, you know, will you have a community that would look like you, that would form a community, you know, like a Filipino community with you, you know. So that's kind of what you're asking. But it's a good, do you provide support? That's how you say it, okay? How do you provide support for international teachers? Okay. All right, so if there's no more question, I'm gonna go to number 4, which is
Thank you,
Mike.
ma'am.
Yes po. It's
Thank you.
Maria Amelia Calumpang. Okay.
Okay.
They still have
Marie.
some question, I think.
Oh, okay. Still question from you have one more question, Joan?
Nothing, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, for answering my
Thank you.
question.
Thank you so much. Okay, Maria Amelia Calumpang. I think I have your resume and cover letter, right? Maria Amelia, your name sounds familiar. Veronica said she wanted to introduce herself too, so yeah, she has listed. Is Maria on? It's Maria. I see Berlin, Glory Faye, and is that G? Sharon. There's Maria Amelia. So are you muted? Because you look like, oh, you're not muted, but I cannot hear you. Can everybody hear her? Because I could not hear a thing.
No, Doc. She's saying something, but
Yeah.
there's no audio.
So I wonder if something to do with your audio there.
Maybe the audio is low. She needs to increase the volume.
You may have to do that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Marna.
For sure, she can hear us. For sure, because
Yeah.
she's doing something.
Maria Amelia, thumbs up if you hear us, if you hear me. Oh, I see you. I see. You
She
can
can
hear
hear
me, okay?
Yeah.
Now.
But we cannot hear her.
We cannot hear
her.
you. So find out what the deal is with your audio and we're gonna circle back to you, okay? So put a word in chat whenever you're ready, because I want you to find out what's going on. All right. Okay, we're circle back, Mike. Next. Circle back.
Yes po. We have Ma'am Leonisa Bragatza. Leonisa, yeah.
Okay,
Leonisa Bragatza.
Leonisa. I like that name. Like
Hello.
almost like a
Hi,
fish
good
line.
morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hi. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am, for accepting me in this group. First and foremost, so this is my first time in having this an interview. Then, so I will start now. So good morning also, Mr. Roca, and to you also, Dr. Merlina. Okay,
Good morning.
hello, everyone. I'm Vanessa V. Braganza. You can call me as Teacher Beng from Diplahan District, Zamboanga, Sibugay Division, Philippines. I'm a teacher who teaches by the heart and who makes great difference in the lives of my students. I am guided with the learning theory of John Dewey, which emphasizes on learning by doing, and on which I have built my teaching philosophy. Presently teaching at Pilar Elementary School, a grade 4 class with 25 students. With my 21 years of experience, I handled various grade levels with monograde and multi-grade classes. I believe that I could be a good addition to your team because I combined my experience, passion, and results. I am not just an educator, I am a dedicated mentor fostering an engaging and positive learning environment. My experience and passion for education, involvement in extracurricular activities, and tangible results makes me an ideal candidate to contribute positively to our school community. I am committed to the achievement and happiness of every single student I handled. And with this, I also handled English, mathematics, science, and facilitated trainings, both district and division level, on the different pedagogies in handling these subjects. With this, I am awarded with 2 awards, the Outstanding Teacher for the division level and subject matter expertise from the Department of Education. I also served successfully as a mentor, coach, and implemented all schools innovation, especially the reading program of the school, and I act as a reading interventionalist. That's all. Good morning.
Morning. Okay. Thank you so much. Lenisa, I think you read too much. You may want to, before you actually do an actual interview, you want to make sure
Yes.
that you know your material, because I think you kind of read more than I want you to. I know we cannot possibly memorize everything, but I would rather
Yes.
have you post it in front of your computer, keywords, like do a keyword and then expound it in a sentence by talking to me or by talking to the interviewer instead of having the whole sentence and you're just reading it. That's going to hurt your chance, because you really need to just be talking to the person. You need to just be talking to us instead of reading sentences for us, okay? Because what it tells the interviewers is that you're not fluent, because why do you have to depend on all your sentences from your cheat sheet? Okay, so I would rather have you do a big marker with a cheat sheet sticking right there by your camera, but the sentence itself comes from you. Okay, and say the word PA. I want you to say the word PEDAGOIES. How do you say that again? PEDAGOGIES. How do you say that word? I'm going to spell it here. Everyone look at the chat, because I want everybody to learn, make sure that you spell this correctly. Everybody, let's say that word.
Pedagogies.
Okay, okay, okay.
Pedagogies.
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 But how do you say this in the Philippines? Erwin, how do you say this in the Philippines? You're a teacher in
Pedagogies.
college.
Pedagogy.
Oh my
Pedagogy.
God, I'm on the spot.
Pedagogy.
Pedagogical.
Slow.
Actually, Doc,
Pedagogies.
most
Okay.
of I hear this mostly as pedagogies. Here in the Philippines,
Okay.
I think it should be pedagogies.
It should be pedagogies, yeah.
Yeah.
So where would the accent need to be?
Pedagogies. In a slow accent.
Yeah. We're putting the accent in the wrong spot. Pedagogies. It's pedagogies or pedagogical. But pedagogy. Yeah, pedagogy. Okay?
Pedagogies.
So watch the colleagues and watch the pedagogies. Okay. And don't
Pedagogies.
worry, I did this exactly the same thing. So don't think that I'm better than you because I also had the same issues, okay? Because that's a cultural thing. And nobody should ever make fun of us because that's how we say it. But I want you to know the difference because I want you to, if you know better, you should do better. Okay, that's my philosophy in life. When I know better, I try to do better because somebody already taught you the right way. Then try to, if you really forget how, go to Google and Google, write down the word, and then you put the microphone and and I think put the word and then pronunciation, and then you put the microphone and it will pronounce it for you. So yeah, that's what I always say, because when I observe you, like if I'm mentoring you, I would write down, there's a standard there about communication. Does the teacher communicate well? That's under that. If you're not able to communicate in the right way because they don't understand you because you said it differently, then that's going to be counting a little bit against you. But because I'm your mentor, I want you to know it before you get graded down by someone else. So I would write 2 or 3 things there. A lot of the mistakes in math would be angles. It's an angle, not angles. So yeah, angle. So those things, perimeter, those are issues that we say we do. How about, did you say you are an interventionist or interventionalist? What is the correct one? First one or the second one? Interventionist or interventionalist? First, everybody, fingers, 1 or 2? Yep, 1. Okay, guys, you are interventionist. Okay, there is no other, you don't put an extra thing, interventionalist. No, I mean, no, that's not right. You have to say interventionist. Okay, is there such thing as interventionalist in the Philippines? Do we say that in the Philippines? That's something we use? No. Okay. Well, that's okay because sometimes, it's not our native tongue. So we're going to have mistakes. So this is a safe place to make mistakes. Nobody's making fun of you. This is why when everybody learns from you. So thank you for bringing that up because now everybody learned. You don't say interventionalist, you say interventionist. Okay. You are reading interventions, which is really good, by the way, because everybody can use interventionist. Yep, interventionist.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to make sure that you know about phonics, especially if you're going to be teaching K3 here. Phonics program is a huge from the science of reading. So you start everybody that's elementary, even some high school, actually, if you're in literacy field at all, you need to start Googling the science of reading. You can put them in quotation, the science of reading, because that's something that they may ask you questions on. Do you know, they really believe, it used to be like some states are teaching, like California, we're teaching a lot of whole language. Students learn because of you teaching it in, a whole language way where you read a book and they learn from that. But now the new research is saying that you can do both. You need to teach them really direct teaching using phonics approach. Then once they know that, then use it in a sentence, use it in stories, use it in paragraphs, but they have to be taught the rules of how this works or whatever, the rules of phonics. So they're pretty much kind of going back to the beginning, but I think Philippines, we've always been based on phonics. We've always, I think I remembered learning it, like see who won run, see, don't remember. But anyway, so something like that, we've always kind of been taught in phonics. So it's something that you have to, they ask you questions such as that, how do you believe in, how children should learn how to read? Well, they read, you know, how my children read. My children read. I have to brag on them. 3 years old, they were reading, and I taught them, of course, their letters, their sounds. And after that, taught them the short vowel sound. I mean, short, you know, and then the long, and then we put things together like that. And then so we started with really short words, one syllable, and then we went on to multisyllabic words, right? And then, of course, you use them in the sentences. You know, in your classroom, if you have a story, your literacy teacher, you may have to pick 4 or 5 different vocabulary there that you notice are going to be hard for your students, mostly long words, multisyllabic words, 3 or more syllables. Those are possibly, of course, your textbook's gonna suggest those. But what I did in my classroom, what I was actually would pick out, like for the story for the week, I would pick out like maybe 3 or 4. I have 4 groups usually, so I do 4 groups of 4 words that I think are going to be challenging for the students to understand. So I'd put them there and we would study it. And I put like a what do you call it? A strategy where, gosh, the word it will come back to me what kind of, it's like a, you know, 4 oh, I forgot. Well, anyway, so you put the name, you put the word in the middle, right? You don't put the line in the middle, you put this plain, and you put the word here. For example, the word is colleagues, okay? The word is colleagues, and you're gonna put the colleagues here in the first one would be the definition, not something they copied. It's something in their own words. Colleagues are people that you work with, or you do things with, or whatever, professionally. And then number 2 is use it in a sentence. My colleagues are this, whatever. And then the third one would be so definition, use it in a sentence, and the fourth one was drawing, but I forgot about the third one. Oh yeah, get a the synonym and antonyms of it. You know, but you can just assign whatever, and then they turn this in, and then they, you know, they have to study it with a partner or whatever, and then we draw. I mean, I have them to draw. I mean, I have them to draw 4 pieces of paper, and each team will draw one. So every person, every team would have one word that they have to present, because they already studied the words, right? So they know the words. But I want to know they really know the word, so they have to act this out. So whatever word, for example, I have 4 words there, and they say they pick up the one word, and for example, what colleagues, and they're gonna have to do a little skit, you know, a short skit that where they have to show, you know, show colleagues without saying colleagues, because the others have to guess what is this word. You know, it's almost like a little game, but at the same time it's a skit. You know, and so they would have a storyteller, and they would do, you know, this you know, the storyteller would say something without using the word colleagues, because they want the audience to guess that the word is colleagues. You know, because then you kind of have that, you know, you take it to the highest level. Remember, the highest level of Bloom is synthesis. So you're creating something, and so you're having to create a scenario, create something new and in a creative way, because then it's a teamwork. You're gonna see, you know, because I would monitor every group and see, okay, this is the word that they have. You have to whisper, because you don't want the other group to hear what your word is. You know, so you are actually on level 1, which is whisper. Level 0 is quiet, very quiet. Level 1 is whisper. So they're actually whispering, okay? You're not in level 2, which is talking. You know, you're not loudly talking, especially level 3, because level 3 is presentation. But so they are in level 1 whispering what the idea is, who's going to be the storyteller, where would the setting be, and what would you be doing to show that these are about colleagues, you know, so they can guess what colleagues are or whatever. And then after the presentation, then you ask the different groups, said, okay, what was our word?
Okay.
And why did you say that was our word? You know.
Doc, sorry to interrupt po.
Go ahead.
Ma'am Sherlynn,
Oh.
yeah, Ma'am Sherlynn is here po.
Okay, yeah,
accept her po.
Sherlynn. Okay, I want to introduce Miss Sherlynn, a dear friend of mine. I just told you something about Miss Sherlynn. She's a fellow learner, like a lifetime learner. I think she and I really get along, because she's very smart. I wish I was as smart as her. Anyway, so she knows a lot about education, and she lives in Mississippi, so which is really close to Helena. She's only a few minutes from you all, Mike. And I want her to speak to you about any topic that she wants to, but I think I did give her some ideas of what possible things to talk about. But feel free to listen and ask questions, okay? Because I also want you to be used to the accent and how people talk here. So when you get here, you won't have a problem, because that's a very common problem for our teachers, is that when they come here and they only understand one word in the announcement, for example, because it is hard to adjust. So that's why I made this a platform to be a place where I have guest speakers from local education that will teach you something, while at the same time also let you hear their accent. Okay, so I want to proudly introduce my dear friend Sherlynn Metcalf. Where is Sherlynn? It's been weeks since we saw each other. So
Okay. Can you hear me now?
yeah,
I'm
there you
having,
are, girl. Hey, love your outfit. It matches my nails. Okay.
I
Okay.
agree. Now,
All
I missed most of what you were saying, to be honest. I've been having a lot of trouble with the computer, but I'm on now, and I'm ready to go.
Okay, good. Because what did I say? Well, before you start, can you tell me again what this strategy was, where you have to put the word and all this other one? What was that strategy? What's the word I was looking for?
I can hardly see the paper.
Oh, it's the paper with square, and then the word is here, and you have the definition and use it in a sentence, antonym, synonym.
I cannot remember.
What was
used
that?
years ago.
Oh, I know, but
I have
I
used
forgot.
that strategy. Yeah,
maybe
I can't remember the name
that's
of it, but
okay.
I
I'll
did
remember it
use
later.
years ago.
Okay, go
Mhm,
ahead and
mhm.
introduce yourself if you don't mind, and maybe talk about cultural things. What you have known me now. You kind of see maybe a difference between the Filipino culture and American culture. Different things, like just any comment that you have that might be useful for Filipino teachers that will be coming to America. Some of them are this year. They're coming like in a couple of months. They'll be here. Some of them are.
Okay, well,
Mhm.
I hope that first and foremost they can understand what I'm saying. Let me ask you this before I start though. I only see you. Why can't I see anybody there?
Well, you need to use
The
your
last
view. Use a
didn't
Mike.
show
Mike, I'm
me.
gonna let you handle that. Mr. Mike is our Erwin too. Is our technology person. What does Miss Sherlynn need to do in order to see us? Go to her view, right?
It's not letting
Yes,
me
po,
in
Doc. Yes.
anybody else.
Are you using your phone, Sherlynn, or are you
I
using your
guess, yes.
laptop?
My
He's
computer
using,
wouldn't
yes, he's
I
let
using
me
a
think
phone.
Doc, I think
the
Doc,
phone.
she needs to swipe the phone to the left once in order to see us also.
Okay, try to swipe it to the left,
Yes.
and then
See,
make
it
it
wouldn't
what?
let me at first, but and it did. I see everyone now. Thank you. I
Good,
was
good,
trying
good.
to press a
Yeah, there
button.
you go. It's
So
nice to
y'all
see
can see
you,
me.
friend.
Yeah.
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 All right.
Okay, so my name is Sherlynn Metcalf, and I have taught English ELA for about 11 years. I hadn't taught in the last couple of years, but I have about 11 years of experience in teaching ELA. Now I'm doing the teacher consulting and tutoring. I've just previously started that. I don't really know what direction I'm supposed to go. So I think what I would rather is that you ask me any questions that you have. Is that okay, Merlina?
That's fine. You're the boss. You can do it the format you want
Oh,
to.
no, I'm not trying to be the boss now.
Hey,
But
you're
I'm
gonna be
just saying, if
well, girl,
see
you're
your
gonna be a team player. You're gonna be part of It's a Team. So you are one of our team leaders here now. So yeah, you can do whatever you want. If you'd rather do that, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. So guys,
okay,
don't be
so
shy. This is the moment to practice talking to somebody that's here. This is gonna help you when you interview, your actual interview. So anybody, go ahead and talk to Miss Sherlynn.
yeah, feel free to throw whatever you have at me, and I'll try to answer.
Yeah. Talk about education, talk about culture, whatever you want to ask. I guess everybody's shy. Sherlynn, what was your first impression when you met me? Because you've not met very many Filipinos. What was your first
I have
impression?
not. I have
Yeah.
not, but I mean, being the dynamic educator that you are, I had, you gave a very good impression.
Well, thank you.
Very knowledgeable, very encourageable, and very enthusiastic.
Like you,
So,
we kind of share that. So,
I felt, I was very impressed with you.
well,
I
thank you.
mean, and
Same
even
here.
with the language barrier, because sometimes, I would ask you to, repeat what you were saying, but it wasn't a big barrier. But there were, moments when I couldn't quite understand what you were saying. And you've been here, what, 30 years?
37 years. 37 years.
So
Yeah.
yeah, it does become a barrier at times, but nothing that we couldn't have.
Yeah, because
Nothing
it's
we
the
couldn't
accent.
handle.
Do you think it's because of the accent, Sherlynn? Because
It
of how
is.
I
That's
say
exactly
things?
why.
Yeah.
And then in my ear, it's like you speak much faster, but it's English, so I can grab it and run with it. So, but and I'm sure when you hear me, I'm not sure what you hear when you hear me.
No, I always say it
But
because of my hearing issue from one side.
well,
Yeah, you can hear
right,
it.
right,
You're clear to me.
right,
Yeah. But
right.
thank you for the kind words. But I think because we're talking about things I'm very excited about, and I always like get to talking faster because I'm excited about something. We were always
And
talking
that's
about
good.
exciting things. Huh?
I said that's good.
Yeah. So if you meet some of these Filipinos, which by the way, I want Miss Sherlynn to visit with you and get this recorded because she is going to start helping me. I cannot be in all places. So if I have more school, I think I have a few more schools coming up this next school year, and I can't be in 2-3 places at once. So I'm asking for help. Miss Sherlynn will be here. Miss Lisa, you have met Miss Lisa. Miss Debbie Gibson would be with us. So I'm going to ask them to help me, and I would still see that school at least once a month, for example. But if I'm going there every week, and I can't be in different places, so I will kind of do my schedule where I'm able to come at least once a month for that school. So the other times maybe the other team members. And that's my plan because I cannot, I cannot clone myself. But I think Miss Sherlynn will be an awesome addition for us. So that's why I want you to be able to talk to her and make sure that she understands you and you understand her. And that's the whole Myrna.
Well, let me ask a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
So what exactly is it that you guys are doing on here today? What are y'all?
Well, we're practicing
What's the focus?
usually. I have them practice their interview, so they introduce themselves if they have not been, because that's always a requirement to
Okay.
be introduced, 1 or 2 minutes, because that's always in an interview they have to do that. And then sometime I would throw in questions that common questions, and then have them to answer, and then I critique it. You might want to add this, you might want to do this, so I kind of give them advice. So really the ultimate goal is for them to do well on the interview. And at the same time, a lot of times I also share classroom strategies, things that they share might come up with, just like this, this strategy, come up with something, they say something, and that would remind me, oh, I need to share this. So it's very, very organic. It will just go in different directions as long as it will help them as they get here. So it could be strategy, it could be about knowledge of students, it could be about assessment or reflection, collaboration, any pieces like that that would help them. And the cultural adjustment, they will have a culture shock when they in their first school year here. So I cover a lot of that, differences of how children learn, American children versus Filipino children. I cover
And
that too. Yeah.
it
So
definitely would be a culture shock, but I think one of the best things for them to do is 2 things basically. And I think one would be make sure you're prepared, and the other is just make sure you have enough to keep them engaged. Because keeping them engaged is going to help you. It's going to help you as a new teacher. It's going to help you when just with getting your classroom together when you first starting out, you first come, and whether you're an experienced teacher or not, like she said, you come to a different culture. So with that being said, it's just gonna be so different. But the thing about it is, if you have enough prepared on your end where you can keep them engaged during that entire time, then it's gonna work out so much better for you.
Yeah.
Because once they get bored or once they feel the disconnect, then you got to work just that much harder to get them back. Whereas if you come in day one with it, then you're just gonna have a stronger presence in the classroom. So get them engaged and keeping them there. That's, I think, will be it's the best thing that you can do, and the best way to do that is be as prepared as you can be when you go in that classroom, even with the language barrier. Because yes, we know it's gonna be there, but even with that barrier, keeping them engaged is gonna have to be is the best thing for you to do.
Yep. If you're gonna bore them to death, especially high school, they're gonna tell you. Don't you think, Sherlynn? They're gonna tell you. This is boring. Huh?
Yeah, and she's right. And one of the things about it is finding creative ways to keep them engaged.
Right. Yep.
And that matters. That matters a lot, because them just sitting in the seat listening to you talk, that's just so over with. And just like you said, they will tell you. And if they don't tell you, they're gonna tell the other teachers and their parents.
That's
So they gonna get it out.
That's all right. That's about the reputation you're making of yourself, because they're gonna say, "How's the new teacher? Oh, she's so boring."
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. So
you want to
get it
be, you
out.
want to be fun. You want it to be interactive, and you know what works in any grade. They want to know about the Philippines. Anytime you share about our country, like a lesson, and it's like, you know what, in our country, this is what it is. Oh my gosh, you could hear a pin drop. They are so interested in knowing about our culture.
Right.
So use that as a carrot that you're gonna dangle. That, you know what? Yeah. Share that, because they're gonna share with you. How about here? How does it look like here? You know, you can show them, share about yourself, and then know about them too, right?
Yeah, because see, you're already gonna have them interested when you come in with the accent. That's gonna get them right there. But the key is to keep them in. Keep them interested. So and like she's saying, because that accent has them, be able to show them different things. What is it with the Promethean board? In your culture, things. The same thing that you probably would have been telling them here. Well, saying in your culture, you want them to see it both ways, because if I'm not mistaken, where will the main places be? The schools are located. Isn't it like West Memphis?
They're gonna be in the Delta area. Do you know that West Memphis? I don't know. I don't think I talked to you since then. West Memphis superintendent died a few days ago, about a week ago, so.
I saw that.
Yeah. And they rescinded all 13 offers because they're still waiting for a new suit.
Everything's up in the air.
Yeah,
Okay.
and they didn't want to spend that much money with the new superintendent's approval.
Wow.
So so that's what it is. So we kind of pretty much spread them everywhere now. I think I placed maybe at least close to half of them, maybe. So I'm
what
trying
area?
to get them out, huh?
Where are they? Helena, West Helena area?
No, actually, let me see. Perimeter area, Forest City. There's some in Forest City that's gonna be offered jobs, and I think there's gonna be some in Lee County, which is by Forest City, also by Mariana. And I don't know where else. Hopefully we'll get some, but she's off right now. But I have talked Lee County. I just found out that Lee County elementary principal was a classmate of mine at ASU, and then she's married to the high school principal. So this Michelle Branch, and her husband are friends of mine, So I was like, oh, this kid, you said, so I asked her and I said, are you gonna have me over next year? Because if you're gonna have this many teachers, I would love to visit with you. So we'll talk about that, And so they could never make a decision without the superintendent. But I'm hoping that will be one additional school we have.
And the reason why I asked that is because I was thinking about this. It sounds like most of the exposure will be to Black children Am I
Mhm.
right?
That's right.
And
A bunch of Black children. Mhm.
in some of those instances, these gonna be low income,
Yeah.
right?
Yep. High poverty. That's
With
right.
right, and see, and that's something that you always have to take into consideration also, because if that child comes in, and you never know what's the background with them, you know, it's just like there are so many things that has to be considered with them. If that's the situation, I mean, this baby may come in this Monday, he hadn't eaten since Friday when he left and had lunch at school, you
Yeah.
know, which means that's another whole, you know, parameter of issues that you have to face. So it's different
Mhm.
and difficult at times, but it's something that you definitely have to be aware of because it's happening. It's the real world.
Yeah, but good point you're making there, because we have a misconception in the Philippines that when we hear the word America, we think rich, we think,
yeah,
gold in the streets, like it's
like,
a
oh, you
very
made it
luxury.
now.
It's not like that here. Yeah.
No.
In reality is what Sherlynn said, that a bunch of your children are gonna be poor, dirt poor, like in the Philippines, but not as poor like they really don't have dirt poor. I mean, they don't literally have, you know, houses with a dirt like the Philippines, but their houses are still not as, pretty as it can be compared to the
Right.
others. And they would have like like Sherlynn said, they might not have any food. The government usually helps them, but sometimes there might be too many of them and they might still, lack. And so you have to be aware of that. You do not, and that's why some schools here actually giving them second chance breakfast,
Yeah.
which means that they are giving them another chance about 10 o'clock to go and get breakfast. If they've not had breakfast, like especially if they're late or whatever, then they need to go get breakfast, second chance breakfast. And that's provided by the school, right? Miss Sherlynn, remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I remember in the counselor's office.
Yeah.
Oh, no, not the council office. What was it called in the council office? They had some kind of meals right there by the door. Remember, I'm not sure what it was. They had bagged meals that you could, in the council office, that you could go through and pick up. I'm not sure. But I know the second chance meal was in the cafeteria after breakfast. They let them come back and get it again if they needed to
Yeah.
come back. And quite
They
a
have
few came.
backpacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they call
Quite
that backpacks for, backpacks for kids. And that backpack for kids are usually like for kids in poverty, and they have them every week. They pick it up and take it home so they have food for the weekend. And it's a very like a very confidential thing. Like they don't share, they don't show it to everybody. Like this little backpack would fit inside another big backpack, so they cannot really, they're not gonna be judged by the other kids. Oh, you're getting help, whatever. And so you know how some
Right.
kids are judgmental. You don't want to, you don't want to advertise that, but you're helping them, so a lesson for you when you come here. I know Philippines, we tend to be strict, Sherlynn, like they have to come with the materials, for example, and you do not get a kid in trouble because they don't have a pencil, that they might not be able to afford a pencil. So that might be something that you can provide, or the school can provide, part of your, you have so much money that they give you to buy materials. You might want to think about buying pencils in bulk as part of your materials, that you with an eraser possibly, because that is a common need, and maybe paper, because those are common needs that maybe your children will not come with. And when I was a beginning teacher, I was so guilty. I wish I could ask forgiveness to those kids, that I was so guilty about being so strict. Like they have to come in and have those materials ready. And I used to say like, oh, you came to war with, with your blades on, you don't have your tools. But then I realized later they cannot afford it.
And it would make it so much easier for yourself if you just already had a stack of paper just sitting on your desk. Give them a sheet, pencil, same thing. Those inexpensive items like that makes a world of difference, because when you're a stickler, like Merlina was saying, or like I was when I first started, you better have your pencil, you better have your supplies when you come in the room. Well, guess what? A lot of them wasn't going to have them because they simply could not afford them, and it wasn't that important to them. It was far more important to them. And then another thing, you also have to remember, a lot of those homes, those kids, well, I'm not going to say a lot of them, but I'm going to say some of them. Those kids are coming from abusive homes. You have to watch out. It's so much you have to watch out for. So,
And you have, And we are mandated reporter, which means teachers are mandated
Exactly.
reporter, which means that if you notice that some bruises, that a kid got beaten up by the parents or whatever, you're supposed to report it to the counselor, for example, because they need to investigate, make sure it's not a child abuse. Because if you don't report and you keep seeing that and you don't ever report, you could get in trouble, right? Is that right, Sherlynn?
That's
Yeah.
right. That's right. It's mandatory. You have to report it.
You have to report something when you see, because it's not okay. Like in the Philippines, they beat us up. I was beaten up black and blue when I was growing up. And I don't know at that time if that would even have been a law, in the that would the
Is it now?
1970s. It's a law
Is
now.
it now mandated? Oh, okay.
It's now a law there, right? Is that right, teachers there? Do you report those things now, Myrna? They report them now?
Yes, Doc. I remember I have my student. I remember there was this instance wherein the temperature is at its peak. And I noticed that my student, he keeps wearing long sleeves. The gum jacket. So that puzzled me. So when I asked her, I saw some bruises in her arms. And then there were also some, wound, self-inflicted wounds.
Cuttings.
Yeah.
I talked to the student and then she said, Mom, please don't tell my mom because they might kill me. So, but what I did was I went to the guidance counselor. So there was this, the guidance counselor speak to the child first and then they call for a parent conference. And now the student is updating me. They are really, she's in good relationship with her parents.
That's
The
good.
parent, yes.
So you
She
had
is in
helped that child, yeah.
Yes,
You had helped that child, yeah. And that's what we need to do. We're not just there to teach them academics. We are there for their, physical, emotional, needs as well, right? So, yeah, because remember, with the Bloom, they cannot learn until their safety and love and safety is taken care of. So they're not going to be going to the higher level of learning if their basic needs are not being met. And safety is a basic need, and love, basic needs. So, yeah. So I think that's a really good point to make.
You will see in their eyes that they are bothered. You will see in their eyes that they are bothered.
Yeah. So yeah, you can really see it. That's right. Your soul is your soul is being shown in through the eyes of people. So yeah, you could see the sad children coming home.
And that's why it's so important to get to know your students, because as you learn your students, you're gonna know, oh, John is a little off today. You're noticing them now. So here's a week later and he's still a little off. Let me talk to him and see what's going on. Because it just be those kind of situations sometimes.
Yep. It could be an abuse and they don't want to show up, physically because they don't want to show their bruises. So it's a good idea to check on them, And so I know in some little places in America, they still do home visits, but maybe not in many places that you are going to be placed, because you'll be placed in places that might not be safe in some areas. Do you agree with me, Sherlynn?
I do.
Yeah. Did you do home visit when you were teaching?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Yeah.
Did you?
I
done
did.
home visits before?
I sure did.
Okay.
You know Salem. You've stayed in Salem. You know how everybody knows everybody. And see, my advantage was we had the cable company. So I was the cable lady / teacher, so they know they know me through the cable company. And so yeah. So that was really good too, though, because I have students that did not have vehicles. They relied on the bus to ride to home. So their parents were stuck in the house. They walk everywhere. So they could not sometimes go to school like during parent teacher conference. And we always had a contest, like 100% gets a pizza party. And I would hate for that to hurt the whole school class because of this couple of parents that could not come because of no vehicle. So I would either call them, and if I could not get hold of them, I would do a home visit. And so because I would ask around first, of course, like, hey, do you know so and so? I would ask the other teachers and the administrator, do you know so and so, or your neighbors? I would look at my cable address list, and I'm like, okay, who are the neighbors here? I need that are friends of mine, the church people. Yeah.
Like when they came, like, let's say, to pay their cable bill, if you had a conversation with them about your students, did you count that as a conference?
No, I don't.
Really?
Because I don't, because I actually have to tell them about specific things, because I always had a note, my planned notes that I share with this. I have like taking a little note. I have to be able to share them every point in that note, the bullets
Okay.
in
Okay.
there. So I don't count it as that, but I count it as like getting to know the parents. I mean, in my mind,
Right.
I'm like
Right.
getting to know the parents. So
Oh,
it's
it
like,
helps.
yeah,
Yeah.
a rapport thing with them. They know me. They know that, oh, she's a teacher too.
Exactly.
She's in a cable company after hours, but she's
Exactly.
a teacher normally from 8 to 3. So yeah. So that
Yes.
is that helped a lot, although the only problem that I had with a parent was because they were cable customers, and we cut them off because of non-payment. And she thought that she was gonna get me through that. She was like, she has all the HBO, Cinemax, all that, she was that expensive
Yeah.
package, and she
Package.
owed like 3 months, and she was trying to find a way to like make up things like a problem so that she could go to the principal. And I think what she made up was like, I had a kid and another kid. There were two families living in that home. And I was asking, like, what was your homework about the same? You're like, did you like visit each other or whatever, doing this homework together? I was, just like visiting. And they said, oh no, we live together. No, telling them. And she turned around and told the principal that Miss McCullough judged us, that we are two families living together. And I'm like, what? When I heard that, I said, Mr. Turnbull, the poverty I came from in the Philippines, right? I said, I would be the very last person that would ever say that would ever judge that. And, I said, the principal was like, Miss McCullough's from a third world country, right? She was like,
Right.
and I was like talking to them, and I'm like, no way. I'm hoping that this was just a misunderstanding, because there is no way that I would ever judge that, because in our culture,
Exactly.
when they get married, they move back in. That is
Mm.
something very acceptable in our culture. That is not something we criticize, because that's a good thing for us, because we just have more family members, the happier we are, so it's not something that we
Right.
actually frowned upon,
Right.
so I think she kind of got busted and she made it up. And then later on,
So
when
she
she
had
left,
to
I
try.
said, the husband was like getting the wife in trouble in front of us, like, okay, let's just talk about this at home, whatever. And so when they left, I told the principal, I said, this is the real reason, okay? They got cut off, cable company. So she's trying to get, because the student told me, my mom's gonna come and get mad at you, whatever, because we had a cable cut off and we don't have any TVs tonight, whatever. I'm like, I'm sorry, but that's really not my decision. It's really the companies, the men that work for us. They cut off the people that did not pay. But she made it like, she kind of put it, like, because I work at the school, let me get her in trouble, to kind of get back at me. But that's the only time that I had like an issue with a parent. And we were just laughing about it when they left. The principal was like, oh my gosh, Merlina, can you believe that? And I'm like, yeah, can you believe it? So he knew that was something that was made up to get back at me, to get back at us.
Right.
And my husband was like, how dare them do that? I'm like, well, people get creative when it comes to, revenge or whatever.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Exactly.
you'll have that. And in a community like ours, we had a lot of poverty. We may have our population is mostly white, just the opposite of what you're teaching there, but still there are still poverty. Whatever color you have, you will have poverty. In the Philippines,
That's right.
yeah, in the Philippines, you're not gonna see, our rich kids going into rich adults going to teaching. They're gonna go into medicine, law, things that they could afford. So you won't see very many rich teachers. Like the really wealthy ones will not be in teaching. They'll be in business or law or medicine, really high dollar things. And so most of us, I'm sure there's maybe some that are rich that I don't know about, but most of us teachers are going to be coming from poverty, and I never knew how poor I was until I moved to the US. And I'm like, I always considered myself like middle class in the Philippines, because my mom had a business and we went to private school, and we always have an okay home. It's not fancy, but it's always okay. It's not dirt poor. But then I visited my friends who are in the slum areas, and really, they just slumming there, and they're not even renting the place, and it's really bad. And that's why I thought that I was middle class, because I see the poverty, really bad poverty like that. But really, when I came here, I'm like, yeah, I was really poor too. I was putting myself in that higher level, but I really was poor too.
Yeah.
If you translate what my parents earned to compare to the US, I was really poor. So
Yeah.
we were able to get our needs. We were never hungry because my mom was in
Right.
the service business, but we were poor too. So how
No,
about you, Sherlynn?
Understood.
What did
yes,
you grow up? Did you think of yourself as being poor or middle class or what?
I think I would say middle class.
Yeah.
I mean, both parents worked, and not saying that made us middle class, but I think I grew up in a middle class.
I think you are. With all this Mercedes thing going on, I think I think you are middle class girl. Your mom is a nurse. So yeah, you are middle class for sure. I would really say.
Okay.
But my point is when the children come to school with no materials, please do not get them in trouble. Okay? Because that is something you can actually help them. Sometimes the counselor would have supplies in their closet, in
Uh-huh.
their, right? Because these are donated things like backpack full of materials that are donated by Gaisano, by Walmart. These people from the community would actually collect these materials in a backpack and they give it to the kids that need
Uh-huh.
it. So do not get them in trouble because of no materials. That should not be something that they get in trouble for. And some of them might ask, well, I don't have any pencil or paper at home. Well, give them something to take with them. So that's why it's a good idea to buy those big boxes of them as part of your supplies whenever the school gives you the money. I think most schools give you $500 to spend for the year supply. And some schools would give you half of that and they will provide the other things that to give every teacher. And but
Right.
some of them will just give you a $500 gift certificate in order to buy supplies, and you have to turn in the receipt to the office because they have to have those receipts. So do not buy anything personal for you. It has to be related to your school, to your classroom. But yeah, so that's what they do. And of course, it's going to be different from one school to the next. Do you think, Sherlynn, it's going to be
Yeah,
different?
definitely.
Yeah.
And another thing, in these communities, they like towards the beginning of the school year, a lot of places are gonna be having these free giveaways and free backpacks that you actually can start just getting and collecting and already having in your classroom for your students, because you definitely are gonna come up, the students are gonna come that's not gonna be prepared.
That's
And you can
right.
just pass them a backpack and it's already filled.
That's right. That's
But
good.
they have a lot of those, and I'm not sure exactly, how it goes in that particular area. Lead the average you were saying that the schools they would be working in, but like in my hometown now, during this summer and coming up to school, I know it's at least 10 different giveaways, and it's strictly just backpacks and supplies for students. And I think I'll start collecting some too this
Yeah.
summer, from each one of them. Just it could be something that I can have so that when I visit the school, it can be a gift to the teachers, just to
Yeah.
give to have for the students when they come in without.
That's a good
And it
idea.
looks
That's a good idea,
good on
Shirley. I'm gonna start doing that too. Not now in a row.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
have them all the time, and
Yeah.
I am definitely in a predicament where I can get quite a few, and I think I'll make sure I do that.
Yeah, and it's cheap in Walmart, which is the Gaisano equivalent here. It's
Very
cheap.
cheap.
The
Oh
notebooks and
yeah.
stuff like $1 or 50 cents sometimes. That's normally more than that. So they put it on sale because they sell so many of them. So that's the best time to buy them in bulk, right? Yeah.
Right, and you can
Yeah.
find them cheaper than that sometimes.
Yeah.
What do you call those back to school sales? They have
Yes.
those folders like 20 cents. You can find them pretty cheap.
Yeah, you're
And
right.
like you said, buying in bulk is gonna help you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna start looking into getting some of those book bags, like I said, so that when I visit, that's something that I could actually bring to the schools, to
To help.
your classroom,
Mhm.
particular, not just giving it to the school, but directly to the teachers so you can have it.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
It's a difference now.
Yeah. And here you also have Goodwill, which really cheap stuff. You can find sometimes somebody donated something.
Uh-huh.
they sell it for like 50 cents or whatever, you know, $1.
True,
There's several
true.
of them. I would buy those papers or pencils and stuff like that. I would buy those garage sale. You have garage sale and yard sale here. I would buy little toys and stuff that I put in my treasure box, you know, for my students to earn. You know, I'd buy those things on sale like that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, you get creative here in America. Usually, if you are not sure though, make sure the policy, you make sure you ask your principal, okay, or your mentor. You'll be
Exactly.
given a mentor, a resource person, a go-to person that's partner up with you. You always ask them, is this okay? Is this allowed? You know, this is what we do in our country. Is this allowed? You know, for example, in some school, like in Salem where I live, they have a limit of like one time a month you can give candies because of the obesity problem. You know, more than half of our kids are obese. So they made it a point where you can only have like a party or giving away candies like once a month. So 9 times a year. And I'm like,
Oh
well, that's
my.
not very much. Well, some other places, they don't care about that. You can just give if you want. But I always ask when it comes to candies, I always ask, is
Yeah.
this okay to give your kids? Would that be all right? You know, would I get in trouble if I do this? And no, that's fine. And I'm like, okay, because, you know, it's giving away things with peanuts, for example, like chocolate with peanuts, be careful about those because of the peanut allergies and things.
Allergies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just be careful about the allergies before you start giving things, you know. So anyway, okay, cover that part, poverty and materials. How about what other things that may be different between a white kid and a black kid? A white student and a black student. What would be a huge difference that you notice since you have taught both? What to watch for? What works and not
To
work?
be honest with you,
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a big difference in them. My
You don't.
difference, okay, I don't see a difference. I didn't see a difference, but I think that the richer,
like
well,
like we were last time together.
yeah, it's like they felt more entitled. I
Oh,
saw that.
I
You know,
saw
they
that
felt a
too.
sense of entitlement.
Yeah.
Now, and you know, it was like they were more aware of let me see how to say it. They were more aware of their parents standing in the community. Some of them were, and
Yeah.
which allowed them to feel like they could do more and get away with more. And some of them did. I saw that sometimes. Some
Really?
of them actually did. Now you don't get that too often with the black schools because to be honest, most parents aren't in high places. You know, most of their, you know, now we're seeing more in the medical field, blacks, I'm saying, but for
Yeah.
the most part, they aren't.
Yeah.
And
I think
you
I
know,
know what you mean. I think I know what you mean. When they feel like, oh, my dad is a mayor, my mom is this, you know, because I've heard them say that to me, and I'm like, excuse me, so
yeah,
what does that mean to me? You know, what difference does it
yeah,
make?
you
You know,
know,
I'm not gonna make
right.
it.
Watch what you say or watch what you do because my dad's a DA or my dad's a lawyer.
Yeah.
And I
So,
definitely heard that. My dad's a lawyer, you know.
you know,
And so now they're expecting you to exactly, but they're expecting you to tiptoe around them.
you
You know,
know,
it's not like they're the student and you're the teacher. We're equal. No, we're not equal. But that's how they come across.
yeah. And then when I
Now
see that,
that's something that I see.
yeah, when I see that, I make it like a point of a lesson. Like, you know,
Mhm.
guys, make sure that we don't try to, you know, abuse it just because we think our parents are powerful or whatever. That doesn't work. That doesn't work in my classroom
Yeah.
for sure. You know? So don't
So,
expect
right.
special treatment because your parents are this, your parents are that, you know, because if I see that going on, I make it a lesson for the rest of the class. That's not
And
gonna work with me at all.
Mhm.
Yeah, at
No.
all. And when their
And if
parents,
I
huh? Go
had to,
ahead.
right, I was just saying though that if I had to pinpoint something, that would probably be it more than anything. They
Yeah.
sometimes have a sense of self-entitlement. and the black children don't, because their parents don't hold those positions. Simple as that. So, they don't, you have some, you may run across one or two, but in the norm, they don't hold those type of positions. So that's not what the way they're going to act about it. Now, what you're going to see is behavior problems. You'll probably see more, to be honest.
They want attention. Yeah.
And then with them, their behavior problems will most of the time, they're going to be almost on a minute by minute basis. It's just like, we got to get through this minute, but the very next one, they already got something to distract the class already ready.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Like almost like a test. Like they're trying to test a new teacher. Like, what can I get away with? And I look at it as a boundary. This is a boundary that they try to push and push and push. If you let them, it's just gonna be like really out of control. So you have to show them this is the boundary. You can go over this, and this is through our rules. You cannot go over that, because this is
and
the
when I
boundary
look
for
at
everybody. Huh?
Right. And when I when I think about my black students, it was more or less trying to make sure that there was a distraction, mainly because they didn't know. Just being honest, they didn't know the material. So if they kept, the longer they kept the class distracted, the longer it was before they had to become face to face with what they didn't know, and you finding out they didn't know. Now with the white kids, I would say you got the distractions, but it was more so because they were bored.
Yeah, sometimes, but I've experienced it both ways though. I have some white kids that were also like trying to cover up. They could not read.
I have too, but I'm just saying more times than not, But just like you're saying, I have experienced it both ways. But it's like, I don't know. It's just it's a difference with them, And as you become exposed to both, you'll definitely pick up on. You definitely
pick up the differences. Yeah, you pick up the differences, and also the size of your town. When I taught in Little Rock,
that matters.
That's right. When I taught in Little Rock, it was so different than teaching where I live. They're just very different, And I noticed with that, in that school that I was in, there were some white ones, there were some black ones, and there were some Asians ones. And because they are around, it was in Little Rock in the middle of this, a bunch of hospitals and researchers and all this. So a bunch of my Asian kids were actually kids in the medical field or research.
Right.
When they attend parent-teacher conference, they were still in their little, doctor's uniform, straight from the hospital. So that's how I found out that, so most of this, no wonder they're asking for extra homework. My Asian kids were asking, do we have it? Can I do an extra credit, whatever, extra homework? But you don't need it. You already have A's. You already have 100. But they are really overachievers. And I see when I met their parents, I saw. So the parents were really like, be an
really
Asian.
Stern.
Yeah. Yeah. And so, but this is a really good conversation, Sherlynn, because thank you for being so open with me and really just, to know what you're thinking about both. Because, I always tell everyone that I meet that try not to be stereotypical. You could not say all blacks are this or all whites are this or Asians are this. You could never say absolute statements like that because you don't know all the Asians, you don't know all the blacks and all the whites. But you could see patterns of behavior. And that's what Sherlynn is, because she has taught and she has lived in that culture and she has observed through her experiences that she's able to see, some and common trends and patterns that she saw. But it doesn't mean everyone. You cannot say, well, Sherlynn said all the blacks are this or all the white. You can never say that because she never said that.
Right.
It's some of
because in your own experience, you may witness something completely different. And that's okay. That's okay,
Yeah. It's still an individual thing. Kids are kids.
Exactly.
They're just whatever rainbow color they are, whatever, kids are kids. And between the elementary and the high school kids are just kids with bigger parents. That's what I say sometimes. Some of them act like elementary kids, except with bigger parents, And so some of them are so immature. So, but the point is, if you get to know these kids, they come with baggage or strengths or whatever weaknesses they come. But you have to remember the parents sent you the best. They're not leaving out something. They sent you the
That's
best
right.
that they have. So you have to remember that. This is the best that the parents sent you. So work with
Right.
it. Work with that. They're not going to say, well, don't show
Right.
your talent in so-and-so's class. Only show it in Miss Sherlynn's class. They won't do that. They will
Right.
show you what they have and what their
That's
best
right.
kid, came from home. So just remember that they are somebody's special kid. That should be your special kid. I always think of all my kids to be special. I don't care if they're stinkers or
Mhm.
they're, whatever they are, the one misbehaved kids. To me, that's more challenge for me. I take it on myself. Like, you know what? One of my goals this year is to make sure I win this kid over. When I took my strengths test, one of my strengths is winning anyone over. So that's
Mhm.
my strengths. Another one is includer. I want everybody to be included, and then
Be
communication.
included.
So those things are strengths for me. So I know I could handle it. So you need to know what your strengths are and use those to win kids over. What do you think, Miss Sherlynn? Right?
Oh, I think you are absolutely correct. I think
Yeah.
you are absolutely correct.
Yeah. And what your talents are, share with the kids. I was telling Miss Sherlynn that one of the teachers that I was coaching, he's very big, is really great at guitar playing. So when somebody was a birthday, she was like over there doing his guitar playing with for the birthday. And the kids were so excited about it because they know he's gonna grab his guitar. It's like, oh, it's so and so's birthday today, and then he would start singing that. I loved it when I was there. I loved it because I see a teacher sharing his talent and
Mhm.
sharing of himself to his students. And the more they know
Exactly.
you, the more that they would, be closer to you and judge, and not judge you or you judge them. You could never. What did Miss Dr. Poole said? You could never teach a child that you judge, or the
Right.
parent that you judge. You have to really have a positive filter towards your students. They are always good kids. They may you do bad choices. I always think of it that way. They're all good. Sometimes they make bad choices that I need to talk to them
Bad
about. I need
choices.
to address.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they're good kids. They sent you the best. So so
Indeed.
anyway, so I think a huge difference, and I think I share this with you, Sherlynn, is that our kids in the Philippines are taught not to look at people's eyes because that's defiance.
Right.
That's
Right.
disrespectful. While here we encourage them, like, look at me in the eye because I don't want to be
Right.
rude. So be careful about that part too. Do not ask them to look down because they are gonna look
Mhm.
at you in the eye because that's how we train them, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
what were some
Someone is
misbehavior?
talking to you,
Huh?
look at me. I say exactly. If someone is speaking to you, you look them in the eye. Let them
Yeah.
know you listen, you hear. Yeah. So, and
Yeah.
just like you said, it's just a difference.
Yeah, cultural difference, yeah. And you have to be aware of that. So what was the biggest challenge you remember when you were teaching? What was the biggest challenge for you when it came to students? What were the biggest challenge discipline wise that you found and how you solved it?
I, excuse me. When I first started, I think my most difficult challenge definitely was classroom management, because it was like there were, I guess if I had just one disruptor in there, I probably would have been okay. But I had several, and I'm like, no, this would never do. This
So
would
how
never
did you
do.
solve that? How did you
So what
solve that?
just like I was saying earlier, I started including more in my lesson plans, more that I was going to be doing, filling the time. When they say from bell to bell, literally when you do it like that, you have such a smoother ride.
Yep.
Not, I'm not promising that you're not gonna have any disruption, but you're gonna have so much less, because when they know you're not playing and you're coming in there, and they know that they're gonna be working, and it's not that you're giving them a lot of things that they don't know, but you're filling the time with creative work and things that they can do, because you want them to actually be able to do well on some of it, just to help encourage them. But the most important part as far as the classroom management goes is having something instructed for them just from bell to bell. They need
That's
all
right.
of that
Yep.
time covered. I mean, establish a routine to the point where when there's some downtime, you already know it's coming and they know it's coming too. Even if it's only for 2 minutes or 3 minutes, you can say, okay, let's take a break. But so they'll get to the point where they will work looking forward to that 2-minute break because that's what you've trained them to do. Classroom management is gonna be your key. And if you slip with it, they're gonna know and they're gonna call you.
Yep, they're gonna know. Yeah, we didn't do this. Yeah, that's right.
Immediately, they will know and they will take advantage of it.
Yeah.
And that's just the bottom line. Before you know it, you're standing in a room and everybody is doing whatever they want to instead of being online on key with the classroom instruction that should be going on.
Yeah.
So I would say prepare, get your lessons together, well in advance. So when you walk in there, you know what you talking about, and you got 45 minutes. Have 45. To be honest, you need 50 or 55 minutes worth of work because it's always better to finish and have something extra that you didn't get to than to let that class in and to let your instruction in and you still got 10 minutes. Or 15 minutes of nothing for that class to do.
But at first,
that's not good. And I'm
you might not know. Yeah, you might not know at first. Yeah, go ahead. You might not know at first how to time them and how fast you are, right? And so over planning is right. I agree with you. But some teachers would also have like a little ball, for example, and they would have like for literacy, for English, they would have like maybe a practice of the words of speech. You can write a sentence and then you throw the ball to someone. You go, I love to ride. I want you to pick the I want you to pick the pronoun, and you throw it to someone, and wherever their thumb, your right thumb or whatever hits, well, no, wait a minute. There is a ball that has that, but whoever gets the ball, they get to answer which one that is. You could play games like that, parts of speech, and then for the math, you could do like their multiplication table is always a big mess. People sometimes in high school are not memorizing it, and that is something that I think 2 things you should memorize: the multiplication table and your ABCs. Those are 2 things that I think all students should have. So those things are little fillers that you can do. Yeah. And for social studies, you could have them memorize the capital of the states. You could have them, okay, capital of Arkansas, Little Rock, capital of, whatever. And that also would help, the capital. And for science, I don't know what you can do in science, but, so come up with something that you can do. A few minutes. Did I lose you? Where are you?
Me?
Okay. Where are you?
Are you
Sherlynn?
talking to me?
There you are.
I'm
Okay,
here.
I lost you for a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I can hear. But another thing that I would like to add on to what you're saying is this: make sure it is best that, like I said, that you're doing something from bell to bell, because what you may not realize is that principal is passing through. And even though it looks like they're not paying any attention, they are paying attention. You got some buildings where those principals are gonna just be walking through, but and when you realize that they're walking through, when it's time for your evaluation and they go to telling you things they've seen in your classroom, and you're gonna be like, oh, they really were paying attention. So that's another thing. Make sure you're keeping them engaged because they're watching. And it matters.
Yeah. That's one thing that I also had a mistake on my first year or 2 of teaching was I thought that everybody had to look at me while I'm teaching. Well, some of them are doodling, some of them are just doodling, but they really do not need to see you because they're auditory learners. They use their ears. So they don't have to look at you the whole time. They're focusing, they're doodling. Those are your auditory learners. And they are actually, that's why taking notes would really help them because they're actually getting it. But you just did not, at first I thought that everybody had to look because then I know they're learning. No, they don't have to because they are auditory learners.
Yeah. That's a good point you're making. You need to be able to teach in different ways. Simply because, can you guys hear me?
Can hear you better now,
Okay,
yeah.
you need to be able to teach in different ways. Okay, you need to be able to do it in different ways because you're going to have the learners learning in different ways. You know, everybody, there are the auditory, they are just tuned in to what you're saying, but just like she's saying, you're going to have some doodling, but then you're going to have the visual. You need to write notes on the board. You know, it's just different things you have to do. You can't present your whole lesson in one way. You're going to have to give them different things so you can reach more students. You know, just like Merlina was saying earlier, you want to try to reach everybody. Well, in order to reach everybody, you're going to have to do it in different ways.
Yep, I would just say your back, you know, your visual, auditory, kinesthetic, and of course, you know about MI, about multiple intelligences by Gardner, that you'll have your artistic kids there, you have your musical intelligent kids there. So have them to shine. You know, when you do your role playing, maybe those musical intelligent kids could be the background music. They could compose an original song based on the topic. You know, you could do your artistic kids draw poster, you know, whenever they do presentation, whatever, you know. A good lesson will have the 4 stools of communication. They would have the reading, writing, speaking, and listening. You know, you have a good lesson when you involve all 4, which means you're going to have the kids produce something, you know, as a collaborative group, and then share it as a whole big group. And then whenever you're sharing, do not just have one person stand. The other kids, you maybe have one kid that present, the other kids need to stand with that person and support them. You know, the 4 people there, the other 3 need to be holding the poster or something in order to be there, not just like that one person do it. Okay, because
and
it
group
is
activities. I was just going to say group activities are very important, because then not only is it you creating a situation where the students aren't just learning from the teacher, they're learning from each other, because what there may be some things that I honestly can't tell them, but they can ask Johnny right beside them, and he knows the answer, and then they can keep right on going.
That's
so
right.
It's important to have group activities as well as instruction from you all too.
Yeah, but
and
a lot
create situations where they work in groups. Sit them, arranging your desk where they can be in groups. That helps a lot too.
Yeah, I think when you are struggling, when you are struggling at first with classroom management, you may not be ready yet for grouping. You may start with pairing. You know, have them sit together as partners, because you're not ready for the bigger group yet, because they might not know the
right
yet. So, you know, then later on you add to it. Could be 3 in a group and then 4 in a group, but make sure that you don't go over 4. Because the 5th person, the 6th person are going to be slugs. They're not going to work. They're going to think the others will do it for them. Try to stay within 4, 3 or 4. Yeah. And then have them to, when they present, have the others pay attention, make sure they respect the audience need to respect the presenters by having them, I always have them like do either a verbal comment or a written comment that I collect to give to the presenters. And that way they know you expect them to pay attention to this presentation, you know, whatever. So yeah. And then I think setting a timer for like an alarm, like this is a 5-minute thing. I want you to work on this for 5 minutes. Always set that alarm, okay? Even if that might not be enough, they say, oh, can we have 2 more minutes? And again, you can have 2 more minutes, but it focuses them. Okay, it will make sure that they get their task going, and they have a deadline. Is what it is. Okay, so for ADD kids, it's extra help focus. Yeah,
exactly. I was going to say, it helps create a routine. It helps create a routine in that class, and that's one of the best things you can do, because once you get a strong routine set, when they come in, you don't have to say, okay, sit down, get out your language book, get out a sheet of paper. They're gonna come right in and start doing all that on their own, because they already know what's expected in that class.
Yeah. They know. I think Maria might be here today, but Maria does a good job with this. She would have her board already. She's got her PowerPoint already up with her bell ringer, and they know when they come in, they'll start their bell ringer and set it for so many minutes that you do. And while you're doing your attendance, which I never tell, this is the first week of school. You should never be calling people one at a time. That's a waste of time. First week of school, you're allowed to do that because you don't know them. But after that, you should have your sitting chart. And so while they're doing that, you just mark it on eSchool. There's an eSchool platform that every school in Arkansas and maybe other states too, I don't know, that they mark the attendance. You do that while they're doing their other independent work already. But if you don't have it established, yeah, you're gonna make noises. You're not gonna have a even time to do your attendance, right? Yeah.
That's
So
right.
you need to be you need to introduce that the first day of school. And so
Right.
the
And by
first day
the
of
time that
school,
bell, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, go ahead. Yeah, they know the
I'm
rules.
just
Yeah.
right. And I've just been said by the time that bell ring is done, you should have attendance done and yourself set up, you know, for whatever's next after that bell ring.
Mhm.
And when you're creating your plan and your routine, it should just follow just smoothly.
Yep. A smooth transition goes a long way. You go
A
from one
long way.
a long way, because that's when they got in trouble. Kids get in trouble
Exactly.
during transition.
Exactly.
Yep.
Because I was
It's
about
not
to
smooth.
say those 1 or 2 minutes that you got to take to prepare yourself for the next one, that's when you lose control of the class right
Right.
there.
Yep. But if you are ready, you got everything laid out already, ready to go, then you just say, okay, we're done with this. Let's debrief. Let's talk about this. Then let's go on to the next one. You know, so you already, you know, you wrap up this one, this action, this activity is wrapped up. You talk about it real quickly and then go on to the next one very quickly, very efficiently. I noticed that with you know, the smoother your transition, the better your classroom management,
The
right?
better it is.
Yeah.
The better it is. No doubt about it.
Yeah. And in America, you will have textbooks that, you know, you spend a lot of money on textbooks. That doesn't mean that's your Bible. It is your resource. But you're gonna find in different schools that some administrators would, if it's your first year, they might ask you to really pay attention to the script. Some of those books have scripts that you have to follow. Just kind of listen to what the rule is. You don't want to be a rule breaker, but later on, they're gonna expect you to really know this, you know, really to know this stuff already. And really know what comes next and what comes next. Even if you have to have sticky notes all over your textbook, your teacher textbook at first, because you need to mark what you're gonna do. I did that.
True.
Yeah,
That's true. And I was gonna say that's nothing but learning the book. That's all it is.
Yep, you learn it and you just carry it with you. Put a sticky note.
Right.
Yeah.
Sticky notes be sticking out everywhere, different colors. But guess what? When you get ready to do something in that classroom, you know exactly where to go to.
That's right. I number them. I would stick it out and put a number on my steps so that I gotta do this next.
I've done it too. So I definitely identify with that.
Yeah, but the thing is, you are mentally ready. Like the night before, I would be kind of imagining it in my head already. Okay, this is what I'm going to do, and then this is what's going to happen. Then this is so I actually have the picture in my head on what's going to happen in my classroom, because you know. So I do 5 minutes of this, 10 minutes of this, and about you pretty much kind of put a segment in your head, and that's what you have to do. And then you're gonna anticipate later on when you know the kids, like, okay, I know that so and so will not be finished. So this is what I'm gonna do. The person here that would be very, very fast finisher might be able to help, but just make sure they're not special ed and GT or they're both frustrated. But yeah.
So then by the same token, you're gonna have the ones who are gonna finish early. So you need to have something, something in place for them too. You gotta be able to cover any scenario that comes if you want to keep control of your class.
That's right.
Just have it.
Yeah, some of them would actually do like those monthly pages that might be some kind of game thing, but it still relates to your topic. Like for math folks, it might look like a coloring page, but it has a bunch of the multiplication problems there, and it's color coded. It could be things like that could reinforce what you're learning. It's still not just a fun thing, but it's also a learning thing. And they look forward to it, especially if they like to color. They were like, okay, you go to the fun page now. But they didn't
you'd be surprised.
Yeah,
you'd be surprised how old those students are, and they still like to color.
Yeah, they like to color. And but then it's not just a coloring thing, it's actually a learning thing too, relating to what you're doing. Yeah. And there's all kinds of websites now that you can make your own on those. You can make a puzzle, you can make your own. Yeah. So so those creative things will help them, a lot. And so but a ready teacher is a successful teacher. Okay. A boring teacher is not. And so a 10-2 strategy.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, a 10-2 strategy where you do a 10-minute talk and then 2 minutes the children had to talk or do something with what you said, with what you did. 10-2 strategy always works to me. 10-2 or 5-1 for kindergarten. 5 minute, 1 minute children talk.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Because one thing about it, even if it's something that they don't want to talk about or don't have much knowledge on, the fact that they aren't still just sitting there listening to you talk, it helps them. So you just have to be mindful of that. You just don't want to turn your class into a 45-minute lecture.
Yeah, lecture. Oh my God, that's so boring. And American children will tell you, I promise you. They will tell you about that by their body language. You can tell. I always look at the body language of my students. When I see that, oh my God, they're like, they're bored to death or whatever, then that's a lesson for me too. I'm like, okay, I need to change it up. Okay. So
that's the key. Yeah.
change it up. And so I always have some things prepared, because I'm like, if they're bored to death. A good thing sometimes, if you do Blue-Kit, you create your own lesson on Blue-Kit. That would be a good thing at the end if you want. But a lot of times teachers would use it on Friday. They call that Fun Friday, that you're still teaching them, but you're using Blue-Kit, Kahoot, you're JeopardyLabs.com. You can create your own questions there. So it's still learning, but it's reinforcing what they have learned all week. And they have to earn that.
Right.
I'm like, well, you know what? If we work so hard and we can get there, we can make it. Maybe on our Fun Friday, you get to play this, whatever. Some people would have to earn it maybe at the end of the period, the last 10 minutes, because you can set those for how long you're going to play them. But they love that. So that's something you could dangle that they could earn, and then having that communication notebook, like a little reflection notebook at the end, it helped me a lot, because I get to know them. Know the kids at the end of the day, they would write those, and I get to know them, what they're thinking and what they've learned, and what are the things that they're looking forward to. What were the things that
they'll shock you?
Huh?
They'll shock you sometimes, because they will write some really personal things in those journals.
Yeah. But that tells you a lot about where the student's coming from.
Exactly.
What they're obsessed about. If they talk about video games all the time, you may want to watch, okay, maybe that's why this kid is so sleepy in class, because this kid had been playing ball, the device all night. That's something that could be telling as well. But they will be able to tell you sometimes in the notebook that they could not tell you verbally. So yeah. And so to me, I got to know my students through their notebooks. Even as little as 5-10 minutes of it, but they wrote every single day. That's like the very last part of the lesson is their notebook. I want you to do your reflection notebook. Your reflection notebook is your exit today. You're gonna show me, and then you're gonna get done. And then later on, for older kids, you say, okay, I want it to be half page, or I want it to be 2/3 of the page. Later on at the end of your, oh, I want the whole page now. But like you must say 2 or 3 lines, 2 or 3 sentences, whatever. But but
and
you
say a paragraph. You always gonna see somebody raising their hand. How many sentences should I have in this paragraph?
They're gonna ask that for sure. Yeah, they will ask that. But yeah, and be ready to answer that. And some of the kids that struggle, I would just whisper to them, like, okay, you only have to do 2. You only have to do 3. I would say that in my,
I've done that so many times. You're so right. You're right. You're fine. And you have to be discreet with it too, because you don't want to point them out. Where some students will be like, oh, she's showing favoritism, but other students, the smarter students, they're gonna know exactly why you told them these couple sentences. They're fine.
Yeah. Well, they could make fun of them too. They're like, oh, you're not as smart as us.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So you
a
just have to be, like I said, be discreet with it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Merlina, I think I'm gonna take this moment and exit here, but I do want to say that I enjoyed being on here, and if you would invite me back, I would gladly come back again. Okay.
Hi, you're always invited. You know that, girl. It's the same link. It's the same link. So if you're bored on a Saturday morning, show up.
Let's just see what you guys are doing.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and I look forward to seeing you personally soon.
All right. Okay. All right.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, girl.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye-bye.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so everybody, let's debrief, okay? So I want to see some things that you may have learned. One thing you learned from our conversation with Miss Sherlynn, I want to see if you could share with me, because in your classroom, this is what you should do. When you're doing an activity, you should always debrief it, kind of wrap it up in a nice bow. And that's what we're trying to do, is try to ask your students what are the things that stuck up to you, what are the things that you learned, all that. That's where the point is. And I want Miss Sherlynn, if she's still here, to listen to that. So is there somebody that learned something?
Yeah, to be honest, Doc, I just done my feedback here, and I
Yeah.
just want to share. Yeah.
What
So
did you
let
put?
me read this.
Uh-huh.
So I will read what I type here.
Uh-huh.
So based on what I heard, so if we want them to learn, the students, of course, we must teach them in the way that they learn best. That's
Mike, ooh,
according to one
perfect.
of the
Good job, Mike.
um I forgot
Good.
it. And then so we must just adjust everything for the students and not the students who will adjust for us. Planning and strategies must fit the learning styles of the learners.
Mhm.
So knowing your kids as a student and as a person and his or her backgrounds.
Mhm.
So the family backgrounds, social background or economic status or like that will help us what we will do as a classroom teacher. And recording and monitoring is essential for references of students' academic and functional strengths and weaknesses and achievement. This is what I'm doing in as a special education teacher because we have the IEP. So not only for students with disabilities or difficulties, but also it's very important for us to have what we call the behavioral record or the anecdotal record. Not only you're going to record the achievements, the good things or the bad things that the students are doing in the classroom. And also, I learned also that student participation should maximize for them to show what they got and what they have. And this is my signature in my email address is like be an instrument to transform difficulties or disabilities into capabilities.
Very good. Mike, I couldn't have said it any better. Good job. Guys, everybody, let's give him a round of applause. Yay, good job.
Yes.
In your classroom, you need to do that. You need to validate students' answers. You need to tell them, Mike, I love the thing that you said about the quote that you shared. Love that.
Mhm.
Capabilities, the potential of kids need to be maximized, and so that make it into capable kids. So yeah, awesome job. What do you think, Miss Sherlynn? Did a good job, huh? He did an awesome job. Okay. Anybody else? Since I have a male answer, I need to have a female response.
And
Female.
also, Doc, sorry to add this, but
Uh-huh.
it's very important that in my classroom, I have the morning inspection because you mentioned it a while ago that we must check if the students have wounds or bruises and scratches. Like what happened in my classroom, I have one student who has wounds. I immediately call the parents and then inform her, "Hey, mom, your child has this. What happened? What happened?" Because of course in special education you must be careful
Mhm.
about the wounds or anything that happens in your classroom.
Mhm.
And I
Yeah.
reported it to the nurse, and I asked one of my paraprofessionals to bring him in the nurse and check it, and then I recorded it. It's very
Yeah.
important.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
important.
because
They don't want you to say it happened during your watch. Yeah.
yes, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mm.
And also, Doc, I know some of the teachers in the Philippines will agree on that um the reason why sometimes people are asking, hey, why you choose to become a teacher? It's a sad reality that some of the parents um let their child take education or become a teacher because they are poor, because they have their low academic performance. They using the word only become be a teacher, that's it. I know you can relate with that on the Philippines. Hey, what course I'm going to take in college? Oh, just become a teacher, take an education.
Only like
and um, and
it's
also,
almost like
yeah,
it's an only choice
yes,
you
it
have.
seems
Yeah.
like and some teachers say, hey, I don't have any choice, that's why I become a teacher, because that's because we are poor. So it's a sad reality.
Okay,
Right?
Sherlynn, I have to explain this to you, okay? In our country, we have this in NCEE where you have this college entrance examination and they have a cutoff score. I told you this before, I think. And so a teacher would be a lower cutoff score. And so that's what be based on that. Like, okay, we're poor, this is all the score that you got. And so this is all that we could afford, especially if they don't get the scholarship. You know, your smart kids, your valedictorian, salutatorian would get the free college. I had free college all the way. And so if you don't have that, your parents had to pay for that. So that's the only thing they could afford because it's cheaper. So it's pretty much it's undoable for it's not even possible for the poor kids to go to medical school or law, if they have to pay for it. So that's where it's coming from. So Mike, good point. And even, in the school, like some of I always make a point to like talk to the janitors, to the cafeteria ladies. And they always say, I'm only a janitor here. I mean, excuse me, please do not use only. You play such an important role. We could not do our job without you. Please do not use the word only, because you're making it sound like your job is not important. Please know that your job is very important. I see how clean our hallway is. I see how the classroom, floors just shine, and you're doing an amazing job. I just want you to know that, and they just really shine. I mean, they just really so happy when they hear that. And I'm not saying that because I'm lying. I'm just really saying that because that's what I see. But I do not let them use the word only. I'm only a cafeteria lady. I'm only a janitor. I'm only an aide. Never, I don't ever put up with that. I always correct them that you play a much important role than you're giving yourself credit for. Okay. So I think that goes with Mike's point that you do not just put yourself down or anything for your job. Because some, and that is true in the Philippines. Some of the kids really want more. They might want to be a doctor, but they can't because they can't afford it. So anyway. And so anybody else? There's still no perspective from somebody. I want to know what you learned from Miss Sherlynn. Anybody?
Hi, Doc.
Right.
Who is this?
Okay. Ma'am
Yes,
Giselle.
Giselle. Go ahead, Giselle.
Yeah. I would like to share something. One thing I get is the kids, no matter what race they are, they are all kids, and they
Yeah.
all need love and care from us teachers. The empathy that they needed, especially those kids who really need it. Now those kids, the parents are busy. So I think that's all I have to share.
Yeah, you're right.
And
They all need our love. Yep.
yes, Doc.
Part of our role. Yeah. Good point. You always have the emotional intelligence part there. You bring it up. Good job, Giselle. Love that. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, just to support Dr.
Merlina,
Merlina.
yeah.
Yeah, just to support also the claim of Ma'am Giselle. By the way, thank you, Ms. Sherlynn, for sharing again.
Yes.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Going back to the basis of teaching. So really, I just remember that quote that we teach the students, not the subject, because most of the time we are so focused with the subject that me personally, I would tend to talk fast. So as for me to finish the lesson. And then I realized that these students were just looking at me and, hey, Miss Mirna, will you please slow down? So yeah, really. I think you noticed that, Miss Doc Merlina, how fast I talk. Maybe could be faster than the speed of light. It could be.
You're like me. You're excited about it.
Yes. And yeah, really, when you teach, you need to know really the nature of your students. Okay, because when we teach, we don't just teach, we touch the lives of our students. And when we teach, we make sure that really it is a lifelong learning rather. When we teach them, we just don't teach them the concept, make them realize that, when you learn these things, you can apply into this.
Yeah.
So
The
we
real
have
life application and relevance is important.
Yes.
Yeah.
How related your lesson is to their daily lives, okay? And then also as a point of application, maybe when we have the culmination of learning, we can ask the students to do the multiple intelligences. So those who are in the spatial, those who are into visual, those who can. There was a time wherein I was teaching, kinematics. That's motion.
Mhm.
So I asked the students to come up with a jingle that can promote safety on the road. And then I told them that, the safety on the road is not a mere responsibility of the driver. We as pedestrian, we also take part of that.
Mhm.
So so with
Exactly.
that song, that rings a bell, and they say, "Oh yeah, Miss Mirna." So others they drew it. Uh, those are good into the bodily kinesthetics. Of course, they promoted the concept with that jingle that was created by the group of students who are good in singing. Okay, so again, it all goes back to that. Our objective as teachers is to know the nature of our students. And from knowing the nature of the students, we anchor our activities, we design our activities. And when we design our activities, knowing our students, we begin with the end in mind, what we want our students to become in the future.
Mhm.
So with that goal, so what do we want our students to become in the future? And this is the type of our students. So from here, then you draw the path.
Mhm.
Okay? So we assist the students, we facilitate the learning. And that's it. Thank
Very
you.
good. Can you not tell Miss Sherlynn that she's got her doctorate degree? She's very smart. Thank you so much for that learning. Hi everyone. Everyone, let's give a round of applause to Miss Sherlynn for her visit. To thank her. Okay. Everybody, let's do that.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. I
Appreciate
enjoyed it.
Yeah, I appreciate it so much.
I enjoyed it.
All right. Okay. So
Okay, so
thank you
I'm gonna
again.
exit out here. You guys have a good day.
Okay,
Okay,
thanks.
bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Okay, so we're gonna go on to number, let me see, we need to go back to Maria Amelia. Is she ready? Miss Kalumpang? Miss number 4. She ready?
Ma'am Maria. Ma'am
Yeah.
Maria Kalumpang, are you
Maria
still there?
Amelia?
Can
Is
you
she
hear
still
me
here?
now,
Ah, yes.
Doc?
Yeah.
Can you
Are
hear
you
me
ready
now?
now?
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Maria Amelia Kalumpang. I'm a licensed professional teacher. And currently, I'm teaching 5th grade in a private elementary school here in the Philippines. And actually, this is my 25th year as a classroom teacher. And I also taught ELA in 5th grade before, prior to my assignment in 5th grade. I hold a bachelor's degree in mass communication, and I earned my certificate in professional education. That's why I became a licensed professional teacher. I also have a certificate in special education. And currently, because I have a heart for children with special needs, because in the family we have one. That's why I am pursuing my master's in special education uh, to better equip me in handling my students, because our school is into inclusion.
Yeah.
We don't yet. And I have other assignments aside from being a classroom teacher. I am also the English department coordinator for 2 decades now. And since I am a mass comm graduate, I have this assignment of handling the school paper. I am the school paper advisor, so I train my students. I screen students to become campus journalists, and I train them how to write news, features, editorials, columns, and so on, other articles that we need for our school paper. And also, as other assignments that I also handle in our school is I also serve as the representative for the elementary department in the University Library Committee, and also in the accreditation committee. I also am a chair in one of the committee handling evaluation on the administration and school staff. So as a teacher, I have my journey has been described by my unwavering commitment, because I love to train students who are going to represent our school for the different competitions especially in the fields of writing and speaking. So I brought along with me to the different levels of competitions, division, regional, and national levels, and even international levels of competition. And I'm just very happy and honest to say that I was able to bring honors to our school because of my passion and dedication to training kids for the different competitions, especially related to speaking and writing. And aside from that, I have also the philosophy that revolves around creating or fostering an inclusive classroom environment. And it is centered on the safety of every child in my class. And I give them opportunities to grow and develop their competence. And not only their competence, but also their character as well. I have it is my goal that I do not only develop the child academically, but also as a holistic person in the future. And
Why do you want to come to the US?
I'm coming soon.
Oh, you are? You already got a job offer?
Yeah, I got a job offer for North Chicago actually, but I'm still looking for other options.
Oh, how come you don't want them?
Yeah, because I really want to be in the English subject.
Why are they
I
putting them?
was
What
I
are
was
they putting you in?
yeah, I got hired by um a school district in North Chicago, but they hire me as a SPED teacher. But for me, I think I'm not yet that ready to handle a special ed because I'm still pursuing my master's degree, and my goal is to finish first my master's degree before I will be into handling students with special needs. Though I know that I can do it because in my class here in Silliman University, I have students who are diagnosed placed in my classroom, placed in my class. So I already started. I practice differentiated instruction. I tailor my instruction to these kids, but I still would like first to finish my master's degree and then
Okay.
land.
Well, that is a decision you make, but I just want you to know that there's a very great opportunity. If you're given by any school to get here, you can always request for another position. You can tell your administrator to say, if there's anything open in this field, in this particular thing, I would love for me to be considered because, but at least you got your feet in, you got yourself in the United States. So anytime that you have an offer, you might not get another offer for a while. So, or only at all, because there's so many, the competition is so stiff that to get an offer and refuse it might be something you would regret someday, I'm afraid, because that is not everybody gets an offer. Okay, I just want you to know that. Although this time for this year, the J1 visa may be all gone soon. So that might be another reason that you will not be able to come. But to do it because you do not want to, you want to finish your special ed, I wonder if you considered like, can you take it online? Because I know Mike did his and he was doing it online and he finished it while he was here.
Yes
So
po.
that might, right, Mike? And so that might, what
Yes
do you
po.
think? Mike? Do you share the same thing that, that would be something she might want to think about because that might be an opportunity that she would lose?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And also, Ella here in the USA, it's very the competition, like what you said, the competition very stiff, and then they rather choose the locals here for
Yeah.
Ella.
Mhm.
Yes,
For
and
ELA.
yes,
Dr.
ma'am.
Merlina, I have apprehensions because this is my second time that I got hired. I received a GO for special ed, but the first one that I got, it's actually for Colorado, just a month ago. I passed the exams, I passed the interviews, I already submitted my all my documents, but suddenly the visa sponsor withdrew their sponsorship. It's because they said it's because that they said that I am not yet qualified. And I might be going through the same. I got traumatized with that because I was already set. My mind was already set for Colorado, and now the same thing is happening. So I passed these exams and the interviews in North Chicago, and I might be going through the same thing. I'm getting another visa sponsor at this time. I don't know. I don't really know if I'm really that qualified. Sir Mike, can you enlighten me on this?
What?
Yes, I
What was?
guess, Doc.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yes po, Doc. I think it will depends on her credentials. And if she will provide po, if she will provide, or if you can provide your TOR, and then you will have the FCE for that, they will see what is the equivalent here in the USA.
Yeah, send all your
How many hours? Yes.
TOR, your transcript of record to Spantran or whatever you use, because they would see the equivalence of it. And the thing what right now is that Arkansas is one of the strictest one in special ed, where you have to be certified in order for you to even teach. While other state, and I know with the visa sponsor, some of visa sponsor will accept you if you already are getting your master's degree in that area and you can finish it within this school year. If you're gonna come within this school year, you need to be finished with it before before the end of the year. So
Actually,
if you,
yeah, actually, Dr. Merlina, the superintendent that I talked to during the interview was already sold out to the idea that when I get there in Colorado, they would allow me to continue my master's degree, and that's it. I was that's but the visa sponsor actually was the one who informed the school district that I'm not really that qualified yet. So I have this apprehension again that I might not be able to make it if I go with SPED.
Let me I think you should try Glenn at ningahouse.org, because Glenn can tell you more, and he will tell you if you really will not qualify or not. So try Glenn.
And also, Doc, I remember po,
Glenn at
I have,
ningahouse.org.
yes po, they gave me po the ALP additional licensure plans for 1 year while I'm still working on my master's degree, or
They
the
can do that.
administrator licensure plans, yes po.
Yeah.
And they will ask you to complete the online seminars or modules for you to finish it. And then after that, they will issue you the ALP.
Yeah, it's gonna be different in their state, Mike. Everybody's state does it differently, but I think Praxis would be the one that they'll be more concerned about. And Praxis can, through ats.org, can be taken at home. My son just took his computer Praxis, but any Praxis test can be taken at home. They will just be strict about, like, you need to have a speaker, you need to have, in a thing where the camera can see the whole room, where nobody will be doing it for you, things like that. But the Praxis can be taken from home, and you pay for it online, and you take it from home. And so a lot of times, like in Arkansas, for example, and I'm sure this is in another state too, is they have an ATP, which is an emergency teaching permit. And these are for people that are teaching out of area, and you're allowed 2 years of that. So they will just renew it, from year to year, but they will give, especially it's an area that's a shortage area. That means that they could not really find people to fill it. So they will give you the extra time. So if instead of being gun shy about it, you may want to really see, like, ask Glenn, do you think that there's a reason? Do you think I can get a mention my name? Dr. Merlina is wanting me to ask you if this is something that I can do successfully, because I already had been turned down before. So he will be very honest with you. Just mention my name, and I think he will answer you.
Thank you for that,
So,
Dr. Merlina.
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, he will respond to you and tell you honestly. that he might ask you to either wait or he might ask you to like, okay, go ahead and whatever. So he had been in business for a long time and he has this nonprofit. So he does want to help. He's got a really kind heart, I think. So anyway, yeah, any question for me?
It's more on how do we get support for a new teacher, especially for the J1 teachers? What is the support that we can get from the school district? Are we going to be trained first thoroughly? Should there be a thorough training before we are going to be placed in the grade level?
Yeah, okay.
There
You
we-
need to ask about orientation. Do you have an orientation for us, to get training for like the platform that they use, the software they use for attendance and all that? So technology. Do you have a training for technology? Do you ask if you're going to have a mentor that would help you learn all these new things, whatever. So yeah, do not say thorough because it make it sound like you have not been trained. You should have been trained already with your experience and with your credential. So don't ask for a thorough because they're going to assume you should know already. You just need to know the new things that's not in the, the new things that are here that may not be in the Philippines. So you're asking for orientation is what you're asking.
Yes,
So do
yes,
you have
that's
some
that's
kind of
the one that I
yeah,
mean.
some kind of orientation or an additional PDs for international teachers? You can ask for that. Yeah. And support, do you have somebody in the district that's assigned that my go-to person I could ask questions? A lot of times it will be your HR person, your human resources person, and a lot of times it can be your assistant principal or your principal itself. I'm always here too. If you can always attend or email me, McCullough@Merlina@gmail.com, and I'm always gonna
Yes.
answer. And if I don't know,
Thank you for
yeah,
yes, Dr. Merlina. I thank you. I greatly appreciate your uh passion for helping teachers, especially from the Philippines, grow professionally also.
yeah. Well, anytime, just email me and I'll try to, I always have my phone wherever I am, so I'll try to answer it. And if I don't know the answer, I'll try to email someone that might know. Nobody has all the answers in this world, but Google it first before you even ask somebody. My son is computer science. I was thinking, so Jet, how to do this? Mom, have you Googled it first? So he would always ask me, Mom, I'm gonna Google it. I said, okay, you Google it first. And I'm like, okay. So from now on, I will Google it first. If I could not find any answer, then I'll ask him if it comes to technology. I was asking for the best editing software or something the other day, and he was like, "Mom, have you Googled it? They always rank it for you." And I'm like, "Okay, son, I'll do it." Yeah. So yeah, that's the beauty of being here in the US too, is that you have all this, online resources and all that, and you additionally, most schools have extra subscription to additional sources, that are only open to universities and schools and all that, and through school subscription, you have extra things you can also, use as resources. So yeah. So I would encourage you to actually pursue it and find out. I think if you email Glenn, you might be able to get some answers from him.
Thank you for that
Yeah.
advice, Dr.
Yeah.
Merlina.
Yeah. Don't throw things that are very rare. Don't just throw it up in the air. And you work so
Yes.
hard to get it. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you so
Thank you very
much.
much. Thank you.
Okay, who's number 6, Mike?
Po, it's Sir Orlando Cañete.
Okay, Orlando. Are you related to
Good
Miss
morning.
Cañete? Are you related to the Cañete that's here? I think it's Sharon. No,
Not familiar.
not familiar. Okay, Orlando, go ahead and tell me about your professional information and then including your teaching philosophy and why you want to come here.
Hey, good evening, Dr. Merlina. Good evening, Sir Mike, and the rest of the participants here. And I am Mr. Orlando M. Cañete from the Philippines, from Barili, Cebu, Philippines. Silingan ata dire.
Yeah, silingan na dyan. Yeah.
I finished my bachelor's degree of mathematics, secondary education in mathematics from the University of Cebu, and I earned units in my master of education, major in mathematics, in Cebu Technological University Moabal campus, and also earned my complete academic requirements in my Master in Education, major in Educational Management in Carcar, Cebu, St. Catherine's College. And this is my about 56 years in teaching. I have 3 years in private school and 23 years in the government service as a public school teacher. Recently, I am the mathematics district mathematics coordinator in Bareilly for secondary, and it's my 10th year as the district math coordinator. And at the same time, I'm also the school math coordinator in our school. And my teaching philosophy is I believe that every child is unique and we have the right to learn every day. So I say to it in my daily class that you'll be given the chance to learn. For example, we have I give them differentiated instruction. Specifically, we have diverse learners. And I am proud to say that I give them like example. And during as the math coordinator, I assess the district, help the district supervisor and our principal to encourage the other schools to participate in the different competitions. And I'm proud to say that our school always got in the top during contest, like for example, the math quiz, the math jingle, and the damat, and math sayaw. So there are students that they are good in dancing, and they introduce mathematics in dancing. Also in singing, we have math jingle, and I'm proud to say that I won second place in the math jingle as a coach, and the damat second place in division level. As a teacher, I believe that with my experiences, I can share this to the students in America. That's why I want to share my knowledge there. At the same time, to grow professionally and to know their culture also. I think that's all, Dr. Merlina.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you for this opportunity.
26 years. Yeah, 26 years. Congratulations. That is, if you were teaching here in America in 2 years, you would have retired already. Because in the UN, Arkansas, of course, every state has a different rule, but in Arkansas, we have 28 years you can retire, or you can do earlier, but then you get penalized so many percent. And in Missouri, it's like your age plus your years of experience has to equal to 80. Then you retire. So yeah, I'll be 57 plus. Yeah, I would have retired.
47.
Yeah. So yeah, 26. What is your age again?
47 years.
37, 50, 63. Yeah, you still have to teach.
47.
Yeah, you still have to teach a long ways in Missouri, but in Arkansas, you would have taught. You would only have to teach 2 more years, and you get your retirement income every month, like I do now. You know, I retired 8 years ago. But yeah, it's congratulations on all this competition that you have, and you're very creative. I love that the math jingle and the math dama and the math sayo. I didn't even know that existed. That's such a good idea. That's such a good idea. What when the math jingle, did you just like come up with it? Like the kids come up with a math jingle original?
As the trainer, Doc, I also fan of singing. Where in fact I am writing songs, and I won as the composer for the Bareilly Pop Music Festival in Bareilly.
Nice. Well, congratulations. That is so cool.
In the last 2012, and I help students, but they have their own compositions. And my task is to help them to have the correct melody and with the mathematics words that must be included in the lyrics.
Wow. So it is an integration across math and music. That's
Yes, ma'am.
amazing.
Yes, Doc.
I love that. Yeah, very good. Yeah, anyway, well, thank you for coming on and sharing with us. And you do sound like you're just a full-time student from a master's in administration, and now you're doing, what's the other master's you're working on that you have units in? You have an education, what's the other one?
Digital management in St. Catherine's, Karkar.
Yeah, St. Catherine's a good school in Karkar, yeah. Is St. Catherine a branch of STC of St. Teresa's or no? That's not a branch.
I'm not sure, but
Yeah.
that was the first master's that I enrolled in.
Okay.
I
That's
think
good that they have master's
2011.
degree there now. Yeah.
In
That's
mathematics, I earned
Yeah.
in Cebu Technological University just recently.
Yeah.
30
you're
units of
26
car.
Okay. You are all high school math on 26 years. You're all high
Yes,
school math.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Grade 7. As of this time, I'm handling 14 years, math 7. But before I handled the 4 levels in high school, math 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Okay. 8, 9, and 10. All right. Well, thank you so much. You have any question for me?
The question is the same way as support from the American government when we with the Filipino teachers there.
Don't say about American government because that's a federal level. So that is a school here is state level. So you can just say about, I guess state level support, or you can just say district support because they're not really going to be involved in that. The state level is going to be local level, which is district or school level. Okay, so you can say what kind of district level support do you provide for international teachers, what kind of school level support that you provide, and their answers might be people that to help you, or it could be some extra PDs they send you, anything like that. Okay, so those are good questions. Just don't ask for American government one because that's like in the federal level. That's like in the 50 states. So you want your state level, just Arkansas, but the district level would be your own district that hired you, which should be all that you need to ask is about district or school. Okay. Yeah, good question. I'm glad that you asked that because then I got it corrected that you don't say the Philippine government, I mean the US government, they're not going to be involved in that at all. Because the school is state level controlled in the US. So that's why every state has a different policy, different rules, because it's being governed by the state instead of the federal level, instead of Washington. So they're doing it in every state differently. And they're very competitive with each other. Arkansas used to say, thank goodness for Mississippi, because we're always like the 49th on everything. We're doing better now. We're in a 30 something now, but used to be we're the 49th and in Mississippi was the 50th. So pretty poor states, you see, both of them. So, but we're improving in the area of education. So, all right. So next, who's next, Mike?
We have Ma'am Mercy
you.
Salmorin.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mercy Salmorin.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Dr. Merlina and Sir Mike. Thank you for this opportunity. This is my first time.
Hang on. We need to mute everybody, Mike. Somebody's talking. Please mute yours if you're not Mercy. Thank you. Go ahead.
I repeat it again. Good evening, Dr. Merlina and Sir Mike. Thank you for this opportunity. This is my first time and I'm a bit nervous right now.
I don't know why. You should not. You should just relax, okay? You need to relax.
I'm Mercy Salmorin. I'm an enthusiastic and vibrant kindergarten teacher of San Lorenzo Ruiz Elementary School in Pasig City, Metro Manila. I've been in teaching for 15 years now. I graduated Bachelor of Elementary Education at Occidental Mindoro National College in 2008 with area of specialization in English. I earned 18 in Master of Arts in Teaching Technical English at Marikina Polytechnic College. Sorry for my hoarse voice. I'm nervous right now.
No, you should never be nervous. Better relax.
Thank you. I started teaching in the Department of Education in 2009, handling first grade. And in 2014, 13, my superior have seen me as an effective teacher in the lower grade. So even though I didn't have an early childhood education unit, I was assigned, or I was given an assignment to kindergarten as a kindergarten teacher. So now is my 11th year teaching kindergarten. As a kindergarten teacher, I want my class to be always active, um, hands-on every activities, and I always engage them in every activities because I believe that when children are or when children uses their senses in every activity, they easily learn it, and while while they are having fun, they learn, and it lasts. The learning they got or acquired lasts, and they can relate to the activities that they are doing. And as a kindergarten teacher, I taught um, numeracy, literacy, beginning reading, the basics of the science, like the natural science, and a history, some parts of our history. So I enjoyed teaching kindergarten, though I'm a generalist elementary teacher. For me, I'm very comfortable teaching kindergarten, and if the superior or the principal would ask me, oh, what assignment he would give me, then I'll choose to be a kindergarten teacher. And I'm planning to continue my master, but with getting an early childhood education or master in early childhood education. That's
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. So you have 18 units or 10 hours of master's degree, but then you're gonna stop that and then go on to early childhood. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
then you're not ready to come yet, because in order for you to come, you have to have either finished your master's or about to finish within the school year. How long does the master's last?
I think it took 42 units,
And
but
that's how
I
many
have
years?
not, maybe 3,
I think 2 years.
Yeah.
3
So
to 4
you
years.
really, most visa sponsors gonna want you to have your master's already. So if I were you, I will get the master's that's closest to finishing if you're gonna want to come, because a lot of times they are wanting a master's degree. You might be able to find a few that would accept the way it is. And also whenever they ask you the grade level, I would not say just kindergarten. I would do a range. Like you can say K3, because then you are limiting yourself for job opportunities. Okay, so don't just say one grade, but later on when they really ask you because you're about to be offered a job, then you can tell them the specific grade. But as you interview for just the general interview, I would give them a range. And that way you're not closing windows, closing doors. You still have a bunch of doors open for you. And then later on, when it really comes down to it, then you can tell them your preference. I really prefer kindergarten. But if it's not open, I will get the ones that are lower, closer to kindergarten. You could kind of say that, but do not just say, I just want kindergarten. That's why, because then you're limited yourself. So that's just an advice from me. Okay. But
Thank
yeah,
you
yeah.
for that.
So work on that. Finishing a master's degree, no matter what. But if you're gonna really want to be kindergarten, you want to have that early childhood endorsement. But here, when they take a test here for elementary praxis, which you can go to ets.org and look for the elementary praxis test. You can do it from home even, computer. It's K3. I think they do either K3 or K4, because I know the mid-level is 4-8, and in high school it's like 9-12. So so it would still be a range. You take a test and it's gonna be a range anyway. They're not just like an early childhood test, I don't think. I think it's always like a range, K3 or K4. So the thing with with elementary is you have to take the multi subject test, which is like 4 hours, one hour per core area. So 1 hour for math, 1 hour for science, 1 hour for social studies, and 1 hour for what's the other one? Science, math, English. So you have, but you can do the multi subject for 4 hours. So you do all 4 of them. But I recommend, if you don't feel strongly about the other subject, you may want to do your strongest subject first. Like most people is math, unless you're a literacy person. You said, well, I want to do literacy first. But if you're not sure about taking all 4, it's more expensive, you see. So you need to make sure that you really are not going to waste money if you're going to take all 4. Or if you want to get your feet wet, you may want to just do one, your easiest subject for you. So you can do something like that. But praxis and TOEFL test. If you're going to be in Arkansas, the TOEFL is included. But if you're going to be in anywhere in the other states, you have to have your praxis 3 in the area that you are going to be teaching. A lot of time they'll give you a year, sometimes 2 years to get that finished. But I would recommend you get it done already. And if you're in Arkansas, for example, you could actually, on other places, you can actually request your reciprocity license from the 3 states that are easiest to get from: New Mexico, Maryland, and Illinois. So it spells MIN, M-I-N, Maryland, Illinois, New Mexico. Okay. So so any other question that you have?
Since you answered already the
Okay.
my supposed question is it necessary to have a teaching license first before applying? So I get already the answer,
Yeah.
the one you said a while ago. And my next question is, isn't it too late to apply for a teaching position? For example, that I want to apply now as late as June.
Well, it's gonna be, I said earlier, it's gonna be rarer to get scarce now to there's a scarcity now when it comes to J1 visa availability, because usually they're gone by mid-June. But there might be some spread here and there, if you are lucky enough to find them in July. But a lot of times they close their window by June because it takes about 2 months to process it. So they don't want to keep opening that and then having to wait 2 more months, and then they'll be late coming into school, because some schools that are opting to do an all-year school, they're already starting school by July 18th. That's going to be their first day. So that's called a all-year school, which means that they won't have the long summer, but they will have the mini breaks in between. And so research has shown that supposedly that's better than the traditional schedule where you have 2 months summer, just so that the kids will not forget all kinds of things in the summer. So you have that decline that you have to continue to review when they get back, because it's the long break. So some schools are opting for that, and some schools are opting for 4-day school, where they're either closed on a Friday or on a Monday, and then they'll do the 4-day school. So that's something that people here are choosing from: traditional year-round or 4-day school. I don't know about the other state, but I figured it's going to be similar, because what happens is that every state has a Department of Education, and then every one of them has a commissioner. So all these 50 commissioners would meet, and then they actually make decisions together. That's why you see a lot of similarities between states, because they actually get together and talk about school business, and then they will bring it back to their state. So either they're copying off of each other, they're sharing it as a group, and let's do this, so So they have their own leadership style, of course, you know, when they get back to their offices and what they want to share and how they're going to do it. So, okay. All right, next. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Hey, Mercy, don't be nervous next time. The more relaxed you are, the better your chance of getting hired or getting an offer, okay? So just relax.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I still send my resume to your email address like what you have said in the start of meeting?
Yeah. Yeah, send your resume and cover letter to McCulloughMerlina@gmail. And then also go to www.schoolspring.com and apply directly to schools. Okay? Because if you send me yours, I will put it on my Google, file, and then they will anytime I change it, they will see the change, whenever I've already shared it with the other administrators. So if I add you there, they can see the addition. Okay, so yeah, go ahead and share it if you want. But we have to remember master's degree and currently teaching. Those are and plus 3 years of experience. Those are the 3 things you need to remember. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Next, it's gonna be Aiden. That Aiden. Eden, go.
Yeah, that's me, Doc Merlina. Good morning.
Morning.
I hope you can hear me well. It is my pleasure to introduce to you myself. My
your
name is
camera?
Aichen Goarlige. I am
Hang on, hang on.
currently a public school teacher.
Do you have your
Sorry, can you hear me well?
Yeah, do you have your camera on? Why are you not showing? Oh,
Yeah.
I see you now. Yeah.
Can you see me now?
I see you now. I found you. Yeah.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Once again, my respect to you, Dr. Merlina. Good morning. And to the rest of the teachers that are here, good morning. I am Aichen Goarlige from, finally, Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu. I'm in Barangay Luo. So I am currently a public school teacher handling English subjects. In particular, I am handling oral communication, creative writing, and English for academic and professional purposes. It's been my 3rd school year now here at the division of Lapu-Lapu. And then previously, I had my wonderful years of experience being a kindergarten teacher in the country Thailand. So I was teaching in the country of Thailand for 7 years, teaching kindergarten. And for the school year, I am a winning coach in our school for editorial writing in English. And I am also the assistant reading coordinator and an active member of the Philippines Teachers Association. One of the teaching strategies that I love most when I am in my classroom is it's popularized by Franklin Lehman from the University of Maryland. It's Think, Pair, Share, which I love the most because it can make your students actively involved. And then they can do collaborative learning as well. And then the other one is the reciprocal questioning, which invites students to do or to enhance their critical thinking. Thank you so much.
Okay, very good. Did you ever say why you want to come to the US and your philosophy?
Pardon me for that. Yeah, my reason for my desire to be a teacher in the United States is to widen my horizon in my teaching career, and to also to learn more from the teaching styles in America. As a teacher as well, I have to mention this, that I am a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education major in English, and just last week I just finished my final defense for my master's degree, which is I'm taking up Master of Arts major in Educational Management. Thank you.
Congratulations. That's good. I bet that's one big thing you don't have to
Yeah,
work.
my graduation will be this July.
Oh, congratulations. That's a
Yeah.
big accomplishment. So good job. Yeah.
Yeah, thank
Anyway,
you.
so Yeah, that's why I made me a note, like, what is her degree? So, yeah, I'm glad that you have your master's.
Oh
That's good.
yeah.
You're ready to go. Did you, you did, okay, you said that in Thailand for 7 years and 3 years in Lapu-Lapu. So you only have 10 years of education experience?
Yes,
Is
Doc.
that right?
Yes,
Okay,
po,
good.
Doc.
But you are now in
That's very
Lapu-Lapu.
right. That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, in
Well,
Barangay
I'm from
Luok,
Babag.
and then my school is, oh
Babag
yeah,
Uno? Babag Uno.
Babagdos, Babagon.
Dus. I'm in
Ah,
Babag
okay.
Dus. I'm in Babag Dus, and our house is in St. Francis Village, right there by the school. So yeah, my two brothers.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So, and I have some properties
Nice
there.
to know that.
Yeah, Calawisan. I have a couple of properties in the
Mhm.
Calawisan. Yeah. So we are although we were from
Oh,
Car and we went to Mandaue and then we settled in Lapu-Lapu. So now my family's in Lapu-Lapu. So when you
I
said
see.
Lapu-Lapu, it perked my ear. I'm like, that's
Oh,
where
okay.
my brothers are. You may have taught some of my
Yeah,
nephews and my nieces.
right.
I have the Tamaras there. That's my brother.
Probably.
Tamaras. Have you taught any of them?
Um,
Tamara. Yeah, I was a Tamara.
I don't think so.
You haven't? Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, my two
because
brothers are there. So yeah, I have 10
oh,
nieces and nephews there. That's why I was wondering if you taught any of them. Yeah, there are 10 of them, but they are ranging from 30 something to like maybe, I don't know, 10, the youngest, or 7.
um,
Yeah.
I
So they're young, yeah. And then they're all the way to somebody that, got her nursing degree. So anyway, so yeah, the
mm,
Tamaras in Lapu-Lapu in St. Francis. By that
I see.
7-Eleven, I think there's 7-Eleven that you had built there somewhere close by. Are you living close to that
Yes.
7-Eleven?
Not really, not
Uh,
really, but I know Calawisan. There is
yeah.
7-Eleven there.
Okay.
Yeah, I always visit Calawisan because I have a close friend there who lives in Zone Casag, if you're familiar.
No,
Are you
no,
familiar, Doc? Okay.
no. There's a new
Okay.
subdivision there. There's a new
Because
subdivision being built there that my property is part of it now. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, it's nice to hear from you from Lapu-Lapu.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, what was your experience
yes,
in
finally.
Thailand? How was your experience in Thailand helping you as a teacher back in the Philippines? You
Yeah, I
experienced
was when I was single, I was working. Yeah, I was working as an English teacher also in Thailand. A lot of us Filipinos usually go to Vietnam, to Thailand prior uh before this trend thing that America has opened its door for the Filipinos. So usually Filipinos always go to Vietnam, to other Asian countries. So I myself went to Thailand. So when I got married, my husband is a Filipino, so we moved here during pandemic time. That was 2020, and I started my teaching career here at the division of Lapu-Lapu. For after the pandemic or within the pandemic, that was 2021. Yes.
okay.
So
Well,
my experience
yeah.
in Thailand was a great somewhat cultural exchange as well, but um um it was kindergarten. So I was teaching K1, 2, and 3. Yeah, even the babies one.
Yeah.
So
Well, when you come to
yes.
the US, I know that if you're elementary, you're actually gonna be grades 1 to 6 anyway. If they do elementary, so they're gonna do like,
I
lower
see.
elementary, which is like K4 or K3, and then upper elementary, which is 4-6. So when you interview, I would recommend you, saying I can teach grades 1 to 6, but I prefer the lower elementary, or they prefer the upper elementary. You could say
Oh,
that, or you can just say 1
okay.
to 6. You kind of get your net big that way. And then later on, they will say, okay, you're a good fit for this, and then we can put
Oh,
yeah, so don't close your net, make it wider. Yeah.
yes, I will for sure. I will for sure. Would that be all right, Doc, if I will do that because my degree is secondary.
Oh, no, you cannot do elementary if you're secondary. You're 7-12 here. High school is
Oh,
like considered 7-12.
yes.
Yeah. So you can do, they call it
Oh,
sometimes 7, 8, and 9. They call it sometimes junior high. or some schools would call
Okay.
them middle school.
Yeah.
And the middle
Right.
school could go
Middle
all the way
school.
to
Yes, it
7th
is.
grade. Yeah. So like 6 and
Right.
7 in some schools would
Right.
be middle school. And then junior high might be
Yeah.
up to 8th grade. But because in America they're so free to do their own configuration, the schools, different schools have different configuration. In my schools I worked in, there was a kindergarten building by itself, and there's like a 1-2 building by itself, and then 3, 4, 5 they call them intermediate, and then 5, 6.
Okay.
They have 6, 7 as a middle school, and then 8, 9 as a junior high, and then 10, 11, 12 was a high school. But most places would actually call, smaller places would do 7, 12 high school, and then K6 elementary. You can tell how big a school is by the number of schools they have and how they divide it up. Like, you can tell if there's only 2 schools, a high school K6 and an elementary 7, 12, that's a small school, which is, to me, unless you just really want big numbers, it's actually, to me, better, because you get to know your kids because you don't have as many number. And then a lot of time you are in, if you like the
That makes
provincia,
sense.
you like the province, you want the small town, but if you want big city, you want the big one, like in Little Rock, which is the capital of Little Rock, of Arkansas, they have 123 elementary schools. So they have elementary schools spread all over,
Wow.
so that the kids won't have to be bused so long.
Yeah.
So they open up elementary schools everywhere. But most schools would have the kind of medium school would have like West Memphis has like 6 elementary schools, and then a couple of two junior highs, and then 1 high school. So a lot of time they have a very big high school because everything's funneled through that way. And in junior high, 1 or 2. Yeah. And then of course Little Rock would be a different story. They have several things. But yeah, this will be a challenge with a big city like Little Rock. It will be very challenging for teachers. The biggest challenge is that it's a very high dollar to pay a rent. Like something that you can get here in a smaller town for 400, 500, you get it for 1,500 there or something. It's really expensive because you are paying for the convenience of the city. Yeah. So it's more expensive. But if you're a city person, you're gonna be loving it there, you're gonna have to spend more money. But if you want the province, like a small town, like where they are, smaller town, they're only an hour from Little Rock anyway. So the only time you can go is weekends. So, you go on, move on. Yeah. So you don't have to be in the middle of it, because you can always go there and drive there on weekends. You in America, the roads are so good that you just travel very far and no big deal, as long as you have the money to pay for gas. Yeah. So yeah.
That's
So
true.
don't be close-minded by saying, I only want the city, I only want the country. Just be open-minded. If you don't like it, you're really unhappy there. I usually, most visa sponsor would give you like 1 time to change for no reason. And then a lot of them would say, what is your reason? And a reason could be, just sometimes it's a match of the teacher and the school. You just don't feel like you fit there. You feel supported. You feel like, whatever the feelings are, sometimes they just place you in another school, or you'll find another school yourself. We already have a couple of people in our group that had actually moved to another school and, did it successfully, pretty smoothly. Mike is one of them. And Mike is even H1B, and he successfully transferred to another school.
Wow, congrats.
Yeah. He already
That's
planted the
a good
paper
thing.
on that. So
Yeah.
anyway, yeah. All right. Oh, that's all. You have any question for me before I go on to the next one? We're gonna go
None so
to
far, Doc. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So Philomena,
Thank you too.
thank you so much. You did good. You're very confident and fluent. So put a star on yours even.
Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so number 9.
Good
Philomena.
morning, Dr. Merlina.
Well, hello, how are
Miss
you?
Sherlynn.
Love your
Hello,
straight
I'm good.
hair.
How about you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Merlina, Mr. Ropa, and to those blessed teachers who are already in the USA, and to my fellow aspirants. I am Miss Paulina Filomeno from Santo Tomas, Batangas, just like Mr. Roca.
Yeah.
I am currently employed as a master teacher or a highly proficient teacher in a public junior high school here in our province. I am a BS Ed English graduate. I also have my degree in Master of Arts in Education, specialization in English, and currently taking my PhD with 58 hours and a TESOL certificate holder as well. I have been passionately teaching for 9 years, 1 year in elementary and 8 years in a junior high school. Aside from being a classroom teacher, I am also an active participant in school-initiated community programs like Reading Rangers and Brigada Pagbasa, which aim to teach kids or out-of-school kids to read and promote the value of developing a reading habit. I really do believe that knowing to read along with other macro skills is a core to expanding understanding in different areas of learning. I also had my experience in conducting and publishing researches in our division and had a chance to join an international conference in research. I am also the learning resource coordinator of our school, who is in charge with the management of learning resources and the validation of the crafted learning and teaching materials of the teachers. In terms of my philosophy, I apply pragmatism in teaching because I do believe that students should learn in practical ways, that they should be involved and do something or apply their learnings in the real world. Thank you.
Okay. Did you say you included why you want to come to the US already? Did I miss it?
Yeah, I want to come to the US because I was inspired with my friends who are already in the US. They are in Michigan. And also just recently, one of my co-teachers had a job offer and she will be flying to the US by the end of July. And also because of that, I got inspired that I want to explore the field of education as well in a greener pasture.
Okay. All right. Good job. Greener pasture. Congratulations on your PhD. 58 hours. How many hours do you have total to get before you finish?
It's
PhD.
72.
Oh, wow. Okay. So you're only
72.
14
I
away.
am currently on my dissertation writing.
Well, good luck on that. That's awesome. Usually, does it take a semester for you? How does your dissertation work there? Like in here, we are given 2 years or 3 years before we have to start taking classes again if we don't get done.
Yeah, we also have our tenancy.
Well, I'll let you talk next time, Jet. Okay, what is it? You also have your what is it?
The tenancy, we have to get the degree within 5 years.
Within 5 years. Okay, I think that's similar to ours then, yeah. Yes, we have 2-year coursework and about 3 years in dissertation. So within that 5 years, you have to get done, or else you have to start taking 2 classes or 3 classes each semester. And nobody wants to do that, so they just like get done. So, yeah, and then you defend it, right? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, I think that you would be very good in applying because you're so fluent and you have what did you say? BSE in English. You're also an English teacher. So I don't understand. Did you teach elementary and high school?
Yeah, I had experience teaching a year in elementary and currently in high school now.
Okay. So when you apply, make sure that you apply in the area that matches your credential. So although you have taught elementary, you really need to have at least 3 years. So you really do not qualify for elementary at all because you say your degree is BSE or BSE Ed?
BS Ed in English.
Oh, okay. Bachelor of Science
Secondary.
in secondary English. Okay, good. So yeah, you really do not, you can mention it in your interview, but really your only target should be high school English because that matches, that's how the J1 approval would be, is based on your credential, that experience matches your credential. Okay, you feel ready? they're not gonna ask you the age, but I want to ask you, how old are you? Are you in your 20s?
I just turned 30 a month
You
ago.
look so young. That's what I'm asking you. Yeah, you look so young. So you're already 30. Okay. So anyway, so I don't think I have a question for you, but that's good that you mentioned the greener pasture. Do you know what the pay is in here in the US for teachers? Did you already know that?
Actually, based on what I learned from you, because I'd been participating in this Zoom meeting for a couple of times, but it's only now I had the courage to talk in front of the audience because I am just a silent listener.
So you have all this learning already. Okay. Yeah, it's about 3
Yeah.
million pesos. If the dollar is 60, it will be about 3 million pesos, and that's for 9 months of work. So that's about roughly about, I don't know, 8 to 10 times more than the Philippines. But you have to remember you're also going to be spending dollars here. So that's why whenever you are, researching a place to work, you need to make sure that you also Google Zillow.com or realtor.com or apartments.com in order to know how much the rent is for that area. Because if a good a place with a low standard of living you should be able to get away with I don't know, Mike, will be about $1,000 a month with food, utilities, and all the internet and so electric, gas, rent. You should be able to get
Ah,
away
yes
with
po.
like
More
what,
or less po
1,000 bucks,
800. Yeah,
800 to
800,
1,000.
700. Yeah.
Yeah, 700 to 800. Well, in the bigger cities, if you want a bigger city, your rent itself only is already 1,005 already, and then you add the others to it. You add the utilities, you add the other stuff, is going to end up with 2,000 something. So that's pretty much like about half or more than half of your pay. So you don't really want that. You want it to stay lower than that. So that's kind of how you would need to research if you're going to compare two places that you want to go stay in. I want you to do a T-chart and I want you to plug it in. How much for the housing, how much for the utilities, how much for this, for the internet and, all this. Because like an example is like our kilowatt per hour electricity in Arkansas is 15 cents per kilowatt hour. While in Hawaii, according to my husband, it's 45 cents. So it's 3 times. So $100 bill, electric bill in Arkansas would be $300 in Hawaii. Okay, that's why my daughter who lives there, she's a psychologist. They actually just put in a solar panel thing on there for electricity, and they went, I don't know, from 100, about 200, close to $200 to like $30 a month. So that's how much savings they did because they're doing solar panel because Hawaii is really hot, like the Philippines. But okay. All right. So no question for me, Paulina. I'll remember.
so far
You kind of
po, Doc.
remind me of Maria. Maria's really young when she came here, 23. But yeah. So you'll be a good prospect for that. So congratulations on continuing your education. Okay, next.
Thank you so much, Doc
Yeah.
Merlina.
Thank you. See, it's not as hard as you thought. You did not good job before you were afraid. So Veronica Tan. Is Veronica still here? Did she go to bed? Veronica, are you still here?
I think I cannot see her po.
Okay.
Ma'am Veronica, are you still there? I think she's not here anymore.
There's no
Okay.
Veronica in the participant.
There's none.
Yes.
Okay, so she
She
already
left
left.
already.
She slept
Yes
already.
po.
Maybe next time.
So she will be the last po, Ma'am
Yeah.
Veronica.
Okay. Hey, Pinky. It's so nice to see you, Pinky. Have you already gotten your job offer?
Hello, Doc. Good evening. Yes, Doc. I just received my contract last week.
Oh, congratulations. Do you know some
Thank
of
you.
us now are going, I mean, like some people now are going to Texas. So they pay
Yes,
more.
I just heard. I
Yes.
just heard, and I'm so happy.
Yeah. So you are still close. You're driving distance away from us. So don't be a stranger just because you're in another state.
Yes,
Okay.
of course, Doc. We will see each other soon.
Yeah, that would be awesome, right? So I I
Yes,
told you this in an email that if any of you find a job, you need to, if you know someone else like that West Memphis 13, if you know of someone that did not get a job yet, please give their names over. I have actually, especially all the 13 names, I've actually sent it in a separate, separately to the administrators here, saying that these are ready to go. These teachers are ready to go. All their documents are ready. So if you want them to be able to teach the school year, you may want to check them out. So far, I know that some of you have gotten, have really gotten contacts from the schools. So continue to look. Don't be discouraged. I think there's still a lot of people. There's still a lot of people looking, and I think Glenn has a visa sponsor that's kind of reserved for you. So hopefully he won't give it away yet without telling me. So hopefully when somebody gives you a job offer, we'll ask Glenn, hey, where's that spot you promised us? So make sure that, especially girly here, don't be discouraged. Giselle, don't be discouraged. You're so good at interviews. So I'm actually calling personal friends now that are administrators. Please hire these folks. So I'm gonna continue to call. They are on vacation. A couple of them are on vacation, so they can't do anything. So we get this message saying, I'll take care of it when I get back or something like that. So don't be discouraged. It's not too late. You got your papers already. So how about Maria Lovely? Was it a surprise? Was it a surprise for you, Maria Lovely?
Yes, Doc. Good morning.
Good
Actually, Doc, I
morning.
just received.
You were lucky
Uh,
that they needed a social studies.
yeah,
They
actually,
needed,
the email. I was surprised. Around 5 a.m. here in the Philippines. I was surprised with the email from Dr. Paulette that
yeah,
he mentioned the subject is actually math position, and then after 2 minutes, I think she emailed back and apologizing actually that it was a typo. Instead of math, it's social studies.
yeah.
So
It was
it's
social studies she
really a
needed.
surprise for me. Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well, Erwin is hired, right? Erwin, were you hired for math?
Yes, Doc.
Good. Congratulations. Yeah.
Um,
Who
thank you
else
so
was
much,
hired?
Doc, for thank you so much for so much hard work for us to get the job offer. We know that you've been doing a lot of things. I mean, doing a lot of hard work for us to be hired
Yeah, I
with
tried.
another
You are my
school.
priority right now. You're my
Yeah.
priority. These folks are ready to go. They had offered, but it got rescinded. So you need to help them.
And it
Yeah.
it was instructed us just this morning by Miss Paulette that we have to connect with Dr. Tupas. However, I mean, yeah, and after that I contacted Mr. Tupas and he replied the list of all the documents that we have to prepare. And fortunately, we already have that from the past month. From the past months we've been working for those papers. But the only thing that we don't have is the detailed job offer. I mean, the description of the job offer,
How much the
including the
salary?
salary and
Well, I thought I gave her that. I gave her that.
no, Doc. What Miss Paulette sent us is just a message without attachment.
Great. Well, send me what she sent you, and then I
Okay,
will
Doc.
make a correction and give it to her so she can fix it.
Okay, Doc.
Yeah, send it to me and I'll fix it for her.
Because Mr. Tupas wants us to fill out a paper wherein the details can be found from the detailed job offer only.
Well, then you have to send me a picture of that.
Okay, Doc.
So I can make sure I include it. Okay. Send
All
me a
right,
picture of
all
the two, and that way I will make it for Paulette. All she has to do is just fill it out and then send it back to you signed already. Okay.
Okay, Doc.
Yeah. I thought I did
Thank
that
you so
already
much.
for her. So anyhow. So we'll see. We'll fix it. We'll fix it. No problem.
Okay,
And
thank you so much,
also,
Doc.
Sir Joel got a job offer in Brinkley.
Uh-huh. Good job. I think Lee County was looking at some folks too from our list. And that's why I told whoever's left here, Girly and Giselle, and of course my cousin Fran and Marlon, they need to contact Lee County. And you
Me
need, I
too,
think
Doc. I
Fran
don't
was,
have yet.
huh?
I don't have it, Doc.
Myrna, she needed, who was it that needed science? I think was
I
somebody
think
was
po,
needing
Yeah,
science.
the perimeter because Ma'am Glory Faye will be, I think,
Yeah,
she
that's
turned
it.
down it. Yeah, Ma'am
I,
Glory
I
Yes,
Faye.
Doc.
emailed her. Yeah, I don't know if I CC'd you, but I said that that I found out that Glory Faye took a job in Texas, but I want to offer you Myrna. And I know Joel got hired in Brinkley, but they don't mind driving. So if you could please consider her, if you need to re-interview her, feel free to contact her. And that's kind of what I said to Paulette. But I was wanting to talk to her. She's so busy because she teaches too, and she has her administrative duty plus her teaching duty, and so her plates are full,
Thank you for
so
the recommendation, Doc.
huh?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you
yeah.
for the recommendation. Thank you so
When
much.
you interview with her, you need to make sure that you're tough. You don't smile too much. Just say, this is what I do, and this is what I do when they misbehave, and all this. You really need to show that you're tough, that you could be mean. Because we were in a Zoom one day, and she was like, oh my gosh, this one kid was, I guess, trying to get her attention, and she just like, oh my gosh, showed how she handled this kid. I'm like, no wonder you're in a position. You did good there, so you need to show that this is a behavior facility.
Like this face,
And-
Doc?
Huh?
Like this face?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
More
not gonna
than
be
that,
this nice
Mamina.
person. Show her. She said, I am this nice person, but when somebody misbehaves, this is what my face is.
I can easily change my face.
Yeah, there you go. But see, don't smile too much like that, because if you're friendly, she thinks that they're gonna eat your lunch, you see. So you're gonna have to be like really stern and like, I believe in they don't, I believe in no nonsense business, that they need to be, they don't, and she, she's allergic to like giving reward if there's something that they're gonna have to do anyway.
Yeah.
Don't reward them for that. So you have to
Mamina,
remember that,
it,
yeah.
it's really a very serious situation. Based on her explanation the last time we met with
Mhm.
Dr. Merlina, she's telling us that it is not a normal classroom. It's because of the students are, you have to be very tough with the
Yeah,
students.
yeah. You have to
So
be tough,
your
and you have
classroom
to
management in a normal classroom will not really fit
will not work.
into that scenario.
Yeah, you cannot be too friendly at all. You cannot. You just have to, kind of put your mother hat on, really, pretty much, because and a me and not mean, but consistent mother. Like a consistent. You love them, yes, but I want you to behave and I want you to learn, kind of type thing. But you have to remember, there's 3 other adults with you, so there's 4 adults in the room. So don't ever be afraid that, oh, somebody's gonna hurt me. No, they're there to make sure that discipline happens and that you're safe. Okay. So don't feel like, oh, I don't want to work there because of this. No, I think I was there physically. I know I would never have recommended them if I felt like, there's gonna be a danger to you. Because I was there all afternoon. So I wanted to observe. I wanted to know, this is what the teacher's gonna be doing. How do I feel about it? And I felt okay, even at the beginning, and then at the end I felt okay. So I think you'll be okay there, because it's 11 to what did they say, 11 to 11 and up, I guess, and all boys. And it's a very nice environment. Like, it seems like, and I talked to all the staff, and I met with them because I had to present about, hiring international teachers, and Paulette wanted me to help her explain, and all that. So they actually were like interviewing me and asking me what I do, what do the international teachers, what are the differences, all that stuff. So I actually have to kind of brief them, the whole staff, not only the whole, but most of the leadership, I guess, there, and including the high ups. And so they were there in this conference room, and I had to talk to them about international teachers. So yeah, that was an experience, but I think I'm glad that, obviously I did okay, because they pursued it. They wanted, I said, they can meet your needs, because what their situation is, they have people leaving all the time. They lose teachers, and so it's nice to be able to keep them, because if you don't have like international teachers, we kind of have this commitment. Well, the others, I don't like this, I think I can do better and whatever, and they just move on. Some of them would even move in the middle of the year. Well, we don't have that luxury. We really have to be committed. If you're going to teach there, you need to teach there. And then the nice thing is, they're going to hire me to come. I'm going to be coming to support Perimeter next year. So she already told me that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in your own classroom, in a different classroom. So, and I think they have cameras in every classroom. So anyway, I don't know if they want me in person, or if they just want me to watch the camera. I do not have any clue. So anyway, Pinky, everybody, congratulations. I see Miss Verlin Maravilla is here, the husband and wife team. Lizzo, Antonio, did I talk to you before? Lizzo? I talked to Wayne.
Yes, Doc.
I did.
Yes,
Yeah.
Doc.
I have to, yeah, I have to see your
Hello,
face
yes, Doc.
to remember. Yeah, I remember your name. Okay. And Leonisa, I talked to you. Joan. Hi, Glory Faye, tell me about your situation, Texas. Glory Faye, are you still here? Marlon, tell me about you. Have you had an interview since the offer was rescinded? Did you have an interview yet?
I had an interview with Dr. Martin Howe, Mr. Martin Howe.
Oh, okay. That's in North Little Rock?
Yeah,
Okay.
and that's all. That's
But
only one.
But I think the problem with yours is because of your area and your experience is elementary, but your credential says high school. And so, which means that he is elementary. So really, he could not hire you because of your credential. Your credential have to be high school, and you have to apply for the high school. And then I don't know later on if they can adjust it like they did Abby, she was elementary and they put them in high school. So they could be done vice versa. I do not know how that works, but we just need to find a school that would be flexible like that. I know you prefer elementary, and they may ask you to like take a praxis test. That might be something you should do. Do a praxis test and pass it in the elementary. Right now you have to remember that K4 and then 4-8 is middle childhood, which you like the upper elementary, right? So you may want to take the 4-8 praxis test in social studies or take another area. It doesn't have to be social studies. If you want to do, what other subject do you like to teach?
I in my FCA doc, I have 3 US equivalency. First is my social science, my bachelor degree. Number 2 is my 35 hours and diploma in early childhood education. And number 3 is my certificate of public elementary teachers major in science.
Okay.
So that is my opinion, my idea about that. So no, there's no. Yes, Doc.
Yeah, go ahead. There's no what?
I think I can apply elementary and secondary.
But you have to pass your praxis. Pass your praxis, and then you can do that. So, for example, if you want science elementary, I want you to take your praxis in mid-level and in science. So go to ets.org. Let me see if I could. If I could show this to you, because I could actually show this to you so that you could let me share my screen. Host disabled participant screen sharing. Mike, can you give me the host back, please?
Yes, po.
Thank you. Because I'm gonna share the screen with her, and then I'm gonna show you where the ETS test would be. I think everybody needs to know this anyway. So okay. So I'm gonna go to my desktop. Let me see, and I'm gonna share that part right there. And then okay, so I'm gonna want to
I guess
I'm gonna want to go to
EESS.
ets.org. Go to ets.org. Can you see my desktop now?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, Doc. Okay, so you can go to ets.org. I swear my internet's really bad today. I don't know why. Jet just left, so I know he's not using it. So he's not watching a movie or anything. And Mr. McCullough just left, so he's not watching something either. I don't know. It must just be a thing from our district or from our area. Okay, so you go here at ets.org and you go to your menu. I think, let me go. I mean, there's no. Okay, go to menu, and I think I want to look for praxis. I was looking for search. I was looking for search. Let me see if I could move this over. This is a tricky one here. I'm looking for menu, and we need to look for, Mike, help me, Mike, go on in your screen. Let's go look for praxis.
Yes po, yes po.
Yeah. It's under assessment products. Okay, you're gonna look under assessment products, and you have TOEFL, and they should be praxis in the bottom of it. Maybe. Let me see if I can make this a smaller so it would go down.
PTS.
Do you see praxis? Assessment products? I don't think. You don't want TOEFL.
Yes po, nasa baba po. Below po. The teacher certification, the praxis.
Okay, let me see. It's not moving on my end here. Let me see if I can make it go down. Okay, right here, praxis, right?
Yes po, yes
And
po.
so
Praxis.
down to the bottom. Make it bigger again so I can see now. Okay, so praxis on the bottom, and you say praxis core, praxis subject. So you want to see I think the core. Let's go look at core first. And praxis subject area, praxis elementary. You're not elementary because that's K4. Let's go look at this subject area. You can add either test center or at home, guys. Okay, Jet just took it in from home the other day, so you can do it from home. And so there's praxis for elementary. Where's the praxis for okay, I think they must be in the core. State requirements, subjects. I thought I saw a list earlier. Okay, state requirements. Okay, the state requirement, you can see here's Arkansas. You have to find Arkansas first. So, okay, right here, and you go. So for other states, you're gonna have to do the same, but you look for your state. So for licensure requirement, these are, I think I'm looking for that list. They have a list of them. Is the one? That's not really it. That's not it. Well, I'm looking for that list of
Praxis.
Go. Okay, there you go. Test required. So if you're gonna do higher, see, elementary education is like K3 or K4. You want to be in middle school. And middle school, this is how much. So if you take take the ELA, it's 156, and then that's qualifying score is 153. So you need to make sure that's code 5047. You just add to cart and you can go from there. And there's middle school English language arts. What's the difference between the two? 5047 and 5047. Why do they have to do? Why do they to be certified in middle school English? Okay, so that's, and here is math. It's 130. I don't know why it's cheaper. Okay, so and then here's science. So yours is 130. So if you're gonna take this, you're gonna add it to cart. And then you have a practice test for $20 if you want it, which I would take it. You should do that. But this one is just practice test though, right? That's practice test. You want to make sure
Yes po, yes po.
yeah. You want the so you want the middle school science. To be certified, well, you need to take this. So this one is a practice, and the next one is a test. Is that right? One of them is a practice of test details.
Yes po, view test detail.
You test detail, you pay 130, and then you can do This is the prep. So watch, it says praxis test prep. That means that just for you to get ready. Okay, and this is the this is an actual possible like sample test right here. This one is to get ready, and this one is a possible format, same format. You want to see that? They said if you try the praxis test, it's gonna be 84 point something% passing if you do your the praxis test, other test. There's the study plan. They have you know, you can schedule it and so on, and they have a free test prep right here. You know, they could you could actually practice without paying anything. You can see what kind of how it's formatted. So anyway, so you go through there, and then there's other resources here. There's even some tips, some videos and seminars or webinars. But let's see, if she wants to take the test, where would she need to go? So there's a practice test. There's so where's the actual test gonna be?
Yeah.
I guess this one. I guess this one. You already
Different
did it, right? 30?
130.
Yeah, that's the 130. Yeah, it says 88.1% of people who use praxis test prep products pass the praxis. So I guess that's how they want to sell it. Anyway, the 130. So these are extra, the test prep. So you already have paid for the 130. Okay. So make sure if you don't want to pay for the extra stuff, this should be it, right? But then what happens? If you have added that, what happens? Where do you go? Mike, have you done this practice thing before?
Not yet po daw.
Okay. So I just need to know where you could do submit. But just pay attention that it is not, oh, there's the cart right here. That's what I was looking for. So you go to cart, and it's 130 right here. So if you check out then, Marlon, you check out, then that's gonna be asking you for your credit card and all that information. Okay? And let me see if it asks you if it's gonna be home or
The difference of $180 though.
huh? The 180 was a practice. If you want the book, kind of like, you know, to practice, online practice. But
Okay.
the 130 is the actual test. Okay.
Yes.
So don't get tricked by thinking that 180 is your actual practice. That is a test. It's just a practice. It's really 200. But you need to, if you just want the actual, you know, like to take itself, the test is 130. Okay. So some people would actually invest on the practice, but I don't know what to tell you because I really don't know. But what you can do is go to the practice, and if you feel like, well, this is so hard, it's worth doing the practice, you might want to ask Maria about it, because if you pass it, you'll be more marketable. Okay, because there's not very many social studies need, because a lot of times they are just incorporating social studies and ELA. So math, they usually incorporate that with science. So math and science, but in high school itself, they are separating that. You are a high school teacher and your math teacher and your high school, you know, science teacher. Okay. But in the lower end of it, since you're going to be 4.8, if you do that, if you do middle school, it's going to be 4.8. But if you take the one in high school, it's going to be 9.12. Okay. Will you be comfortable with 9.12 or 4.8?
We'll think about it.
Yeah, I think for your need, if I were you, because you also have elementary experience, I would do 4.8, just because it's closer to the ages that you have taught. You know, yeah, it's more challenging to do the higher ones. So because it's the harder the course, right? So 4.8 would be closer to what your experiences have been. That's what I would say. But of course, you do your thing, you pay for it. But I would recommend just do it from home. If you have the system, they will have a requirement. You know, I remember Jet having to look for a speaker. You have to have a speaker attached to your computer. And then I thought there were some few things he had to get ready for. So just remember that, and you'll be okay. He took his science, computer science one, and I think the cutoff was 136, and he had like 193 out of 200. So I have to brag on him. He told me I should quit bragging on my kids. Like, okay, I'll try not to brag when you're there. But yeah. So any question? You have any question, Marlon?
Okay, no, Doc. I
Mhm.
will, yeah, I will follow what you have said. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Well,
Thanks.
where do I get this mic? Where can I get back where I stop sharing? Right here, right? Okay. So so that's what everybody, if you do ats.org, if you really want to be more marketable, I would recommend you taking one of those ETS practices. If elementary, the elementary choices would be taking one subject at a one core at a time, your math, your science, your English, and your social studies. And there's also in elementary a 4-hour multi-subject test. If you're really serious about it, I might just pass it at once, it's 4 hours. But if you're going to take it one subject at a time, it's going to be 1 hour. So, some people would like to do one just because they want to wet their feet. They don't want to have to like be shocked with all these 4 subjects and they don't know what to expect. So, so I would recommend you looking into that. I know it takes money, but it is worth it when you apply, because that's the first question they're going to do. Because even if you have to teach at a area that that's not really your area, but if you have passed the praxis, they're going to say, okay, we can get you an emergency teaching certificate. That's good for 2 years. So they're going to give you that much time to get the proper whatever it is that you need. Okay, like elementary, you need all 4, you see. But if you already passed one, they're going to take it. Okay, she already passed one. She can do this. And especially if you have the license from another state anyway, you'll be good. Okay, should be good. So I recommend those that are serious about coming to go ahead and get your praxis test done. Okay, Giselle, what would be, if you have to take a practice, if you had to choose one, will you choose science or math or what? Or is Giselle
Doc.
asleep?
Can you hear me, Doc?
Yeah, what would you choose? Would you choose math?
We yes, Doc. And I would like to share this with you also, Doc, that I and Ma'am Frana had our interview with Anna Strong, Doc, in Lee County
Okay.
yesterday. Yes, but they don't have feedback yet. They said they are going to let us know for the feedback, but during the interview, Doc, they were asking us if ever we will be hired, what is the what do you call that, yung pinakamadali na panahon na we will get there, Doc. And I said the earliest, I think the earliest would be August, and they said that they would need, if ever we will be hired, they would need us by the July 28th.
Yeah,
The 28th of July.
Yeah, you'll still be here by July 18th or so, something like that. You should be able to make it for their first day. And the answer to that is always what it's always before they need you. So July 18th, because really you cannot really tell. But I figured because you already have your papers, and that's what you should answer for the West Memphis 13, that because I already have my papers ready to go, girly, that I'm ready to go. So my papers, the other people may take twice as long, but mine would be twice, as short, because I got my papers ready to go. I got the money ready to go. And so that's what you should say. Because I was talking to Michelle Branch. Michelle Branch, the principal. Did she have other people with her, or was she by herself?
There are 3 of them, Doc. One is the assistant principal, and the other, I think it's the guidance.
Okay.
And
well, Michelle, she's a Black girl, right? So Michelle
yes,
Branch
Doc.
was my classmate at ASU. So she called me asking about you, I think, asking about when, she was about to interview and she was asking me. And so I was like bragging on you guys and so on. I'm like, yeah, I want you to look at that list and I want you to see and pass it to your husband, who's the principal at the high school. And I mentioned Gurley. And I said that, and I mentioned the high school because I said there was some of them may be getting an offer, but I do not know. But right now, whoever gives them the job offer gets it. That's exactly how I said it. Like, whoever gives them a job offer, they get that teacher. They're not gonna be, one in the hand is worth 2 in the bush kind of type thing. Or 2 in the bush worth 1 in the hand. Oh no, the other way around. What was that, girly? 2 in the bush is worth no, 1 in the bush is worth 2 in the hand. I don't know. Anyway, but it is the reality of it is whoever gives you the first offer, Okay, so I'm waiting. Girly, your credential is high school, and I know you like to teach elementary, right?
Doc, actually, Doc, I can teach both elementary and high school because I have experience in high school also when I had my student teaching, and I love it because yeah, I think I can manage to teach high school. That's why I'm planning to take praxis test. Maybe I can schedule it by Monday, and I'm planning to take it. Like I can teach from like grade 4 or the 4th grade until the 8th grade or maybe the 10th grade. But yeah, I think I can manage because I have also handled like 900 high school students when I got to be the chairman of the Sinulog Propsmen, and I think I love it.
Yeah, so you can do that, and I will try to see if you could get interview from Lee County. Okay, because there's always
Yeah.
people reading English anyway. So I'm gonna go
Thank you.
look at School Spring because I didn't know. I thought you already offered a job by Perimeter until I heard from you. So I was not worried about you even because I thought you already part. But I think what the problem was because of their size, they were limit on the number of people they can hire. So she has to go with their subject need. And obviously their subject need was, English and not English, but math and social studies and science. I think those are the three that they had. So they already had English. So that's the problem. is that because you were in the list, the original list. But I do not know. Remember, I told you that there were two people that she really liked on the first batch. And if she needed English, she may have given it to that person. Because remember, I
Yes.
told you, I think she has to cut. She has to cut one or two of you guys. So sorry, girly. I really thought that you were already in the bag.
It's okay, Doc. I think God has a better plan for me. I always look at the positive way, like
Yeah.
there would be another opportunity for me, and
I'll
I
need to
thank
do
you so
some
much,
begging.
Doc.
Yeah, well, I need to do some
Doc.
more begging for you, and then from my cousin
Thank you,
Brian and
Doc.
and Marlon and Giselle.
Yes.
Thank you
Yeah, I like.
so much,
Thank
Doc.
you,
Thank
Doc.
you so
Doc.
much.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
Doc.
I would
Doc,
Doc,
I can
excuse
teach also
me.
elementary and secondary, Doc.
Yeah,
Ayun.
just to take you, if you take your praxis, it's really a good proof that you really can. Because we can say that all day long, but if you don't have a proof that yes, I am qualified for this based on my FCE or based on my praxis, then that's not going to help them in order to convince their board or convince their, even the visa sponsors, because they are going to want to make sure that you can teach those subjects. It has to match. But of course, if we know them, they're gonna work with us, If we know them, like I think the branch, I don't know how many they need. At one time, she told me she needed 4. So I was hoping, hey, I got 3 for you already in elementary. I was telling Michelle, but she said, oh, Merlina, we already, interviewed a few folks, but let me discuss this with my team or something like that. So I said, okay. So, but she went ahead and interviewed you guys. So that's good. It's a good sign. But I really did. I did a lot of talking about these are the advantage of picking my own folks because I already know them. I already know they've learned a lot through the Zoom, and I can visit them. I can support them. I've already said a lot of things to Michelle. So hopefully I didn't oversell. But anyway, so Lizzle, do you have any question, Lizzle? I'm looking at the faces. Make sure you look like
Oh
either.
yeah,
Yeah, you have a question? Go ahead.
yeah. Yes, Doc. I have the same situation with Marlene. I am also a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English. And however, I am teaching in elementary level. And my a degree also in my master is Master of Arts in Education major in mathematics. So I teach both in English and math. So my
Nice.
question is,
Mm-hmm.
yes, my question is, when I take a praxis, um, will it be that, should I take the two subjects, English and math, separately?
What do you like? What do you like best?
Uh, actually, I can teach both
Which one do you have more experience
because
in? How many years in each?
the same. I Yes, because my uh principal asked me to teach both subjects,
In what grade?
English and math.
Grade.
Previously, I taught in fifth grade level for 11 years, same math and English. And then after that, I also taught 3 years in and the sixth grade level, both in English, still in English and math.
It
And
sounds, yeah. It sounds like you can
yeah.
both, you can teach both, or you can test both, but you have to remember the price of it. You know, it's 130 and 156. So you're talking about $300. So that's about what 100.
Okay.
So that's what
So I really have to choose one.
Well, yeah, because they just want one at a time. So I would go with what your favorite thing to teach is and go with that.
Okay.
Because if they really want you to teach in the other area, they're going to ask you. And a lot of time, if they're the one asking you, they'll pay for it. So just pass one and then go from there.
Okay.
Yeah, France.
So I
France,
think
yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead.
I think I will choose math since that is a much, I mean, in demand in the US, I think.
Yeah, math and science, yes. Math and science we are having a hard time. Math, science, and special ed are the three. We have a lot of elementary. So if you're elementary and you like the upper elementary, you may want like France. If you want like 4/8, you need to take the one of the courses that you like best. But if you want elementary, then you can do the you can do one of the core. What's your favorite subject, France?
Science
Math.
and social studies.
Sorry.
Okay. Well, maybe you and Marlon can take this the science.
Yeah, I like that
One
one.
of you can teach math. That way you'll be partners and you can kind of room together then, you know. So kind of go with that. You don't want to, I don't think you want to compete with each other if there's only one position. But if there's more than one position, the same thing, then that'll be fine. But you know, you might want to do a different one. That way you won't be directly competing with each other. You could be in different fields. I mean, that's kind of my thinking, but it's up to you, of course. It's going to be, your math would be easier just because math is math, right? But with
Yes.
literacy, what Milet, according to Milet's sharing with me, she did the 4/8 one because she was teaching elementary and she wanted to expand to junior high, so all the way to 8th grade. So she took the praxis, she passed it, but she said that it was a lot of literature. That's, you know, those required or you know, things that the children should have read or will be reading in those grades, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th. So if you're not familiar with them, be familiar with them because they're going to ask you questions specific to those texts, to the stories, to these books. So so that will be the tricky part of literacy test. Okay, the tricky part of social studies test is going to be a lot of American history and world history that you may or may not know. And so the easiest one will be math because math is going to be the same everywhere in the world. They're not going to change whether America or US, you know, I mean, or Philippines, they're not going to change. So to me, math would be the easiest one to, you know, the probability that you will know all the concepts, you know, while the others you will, it's a content specific, you know, history of the US and then American text. So those are some things that you need to remember. I know science would be a lot of scientific ideas plus a lot of table reading. You're going to be reading a lot of tables and analysis of data. So you're going to be looking at those. So yeah, I would still stick with math. If I had to take one of them, I would be doing math. Although I'm literacy and math, I would choose math just because I would not know what will happen in literacy if I'm not taught here. I've taught here so many years that I think hopefully I would pass those, but based on my sister's, you know, sharing, it seems like you really have to study for the literacy. So yeah.
We get to math.
Okay, Fran, if you want to do that, you can use that card, Fran.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, Doc. Okay.
Yeah. Let me know.
Doc.
Yeah, I would recommend you do that at home. Yes, go ahead.
Actually, I have the same sentiments with Ma'am Giselle. Kasi we don't know the setup of the perimeter. The last time we talked to her, to Miss Paulette, she said that students are taking they are enrolling the students into batch within 6 months, if I'm not mistaken, 5 months or 6 months. So my problem is, are they still willing for us are they willing to wait for us if we will arrive around August? Because I think processing all the papers will take probably until the mid of August, if I'm not mistaken. Because I'm
No, I
also
don't think it
thinking
will
of
take
the
that. I don't
resignation,
think it will take that
the
long
duration
because
of the resignation.
no, it should not because it will take that long if you have to start from fresh from the beginning. You're not. You already have been getting your paperwork forever. You know, so the last conversation with Topaz, and I know the arrangement Topaz is that you should not be out money with Topaz. They should be taking care of Topaz, okay? You should not have to pay him any money. The only thing that you would have to pay is the visa processing that you will get reimbursed 100% when you come in. When you arrive, they will give you the money.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. So even if you
And
borrow
then,
the money, you get it paid, the first month you're here.
yes, Doc. As of now, Mr. Tupas and Ma'am Alma is here in the Philippines, and and the reply of their email is an auto reply.
Golly. I can't believe they do that with this
So
time of
that's another worry
oh
that we
dear.
have.
Hey, but have you already signed anything with Topaz?
Not yet, Doc. Actually,
Okay.
we didn't yet submit our documents because we have to receive first the detailed job offer, because we will be filling out a form. I think it's a survey where the information is based on the detailed job offer. So we haven't
So you need to
sent
send that to me like
anything.
today and I'll take care of it today. Okay?
Okay, Doc. I have already sent to you the email of Miss Paulette.
Okay. But then
And
I need the detailed information. So we need to make sure we include.
okay, Doc. Also, okay, Doc.
Yeah. And also, it will not hurt to contact Glenn, guys. Glenn at mingahouse.org, because and Glenn is one end. Because you can ask him, because there's still some pieces of visas he could get, and tell him that this is the perimeter is willing to pay for the whole thing. We might have to pay for the visa, but they will pay for the agency's part. They will pay him separately. But they will wait till you get there. They're not gonna pay until they see the teachers in. So that's the agreement between Topaz. But it might be too late though, because if Paulette already had signed with Topaz, you might not be able to get out. I don't know. I don't know what Paulette had done. That's why I tried to call her. Of course, it's a weekend, so she's gonna get her message later. But I did send her a message. Will you please call me? So anyway, so if you send me that, I'll go ahead and fix the email, and then I'll send it to her and say, hey, will you please resend this and signed it, and then resend it to them so they can get this thing started. So, and I hope, and she needs to go ahead and get hold of Topaz to make sure that he sees the urgency of it.
Doc, I have another question.
Uh-huh.
One last question. Since I am actually planning also to take the praxis in mathematics. And I know that praxis is one of the requirements to have a license in Arkansas. Is it also allowed for us to take the licensure exam, I mean the praxis, or can we still have that license even though perimeter isn't a regular class like middle school, high school, or
They're still
elementary?
accredited. They're accredited. They still need that. They
Okay,
are the
Doc.
whole requirement of the standard and all that. They still have to follow the same because they have to have accreditation every year through Department of.
Because we know in the near future we will be needing that license for important matters.
Yeah, you should go ahead and get it, because you
Yes,
will
Doc.
you will be getting the same as if you're working for the public here, for the public school here. You will have the same requirement in perimeter. So I would
Okay, Doc.
recommend that the TOEFL's done, so you need to do praxis. That's your next concern, because the other things that they want you to take, which is going to have some online things you have to do, is going to be under Arkansas ideas, but you cannot access it until you have your social security number. So they're going to have other requirements. It's easy. It's just a matter of doing it. It's a matter of time. But the hardest things are praxis and TOEFL, which you're halfway done. So yeah, TOEFL really is harder than praxis, is what I've noticed, because it seemed like we have more failures in TOEFL than praxis that people have to take. I know of someone that took TOEFL like 7 times. and you took it once and passed it. Yeah. And so anyway, so I just want you
I
to be
think I know one with that.
Diana. Diana, where are you?
Doc.
Oh, Diana. Diana, you have your master's degree, don't you?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
Doc.
What's your master's in?
Master in Arts of Education.
On what?
Major in Administration and Supervision, Doc.
Okay, it don't matter. If you have a master's, you have your master's. But hey, contact your cousin Betsy. And she is I just did a recommendation for her for Texas because she kind of gave up on, the other one. So because I became a stalker that did not get answered. So so she went on Texas because her friend Annalie is got a job, and so she's applying, and so I already did a survey that the school sent me, and then I sent her a recommendation as well. So so she may be getting a job in Texas. So Diana, if you contact her, suggest to her that, tell her that Merlina said that to also recommend you and send you her, and when you contact her, send your resume and cover letter and have her to forward it to whoever the person that hired her, because a lot of time they'll need somebody and they always
Okay,
listen
Doc.
to recommended people that they have hired. So they would rather do that than somebody strange. Okay. So
Okay,
and I
Doc. Okay.
told that have gone to Texas, please think about the other folks you need to recommend the others that that way you can help each other that way, especially the West Memphis bunch. Let's help you, because my goal is 100% that you all are placed. I don't care where, but you need to be placed somewhere, because you could always switch later, but you just need to get here is what my thinking was. Your J1 sponsor is going to let
Okay,
you, where you really want to be, but right now you just need to get here is what my goal is. Okay.
Okay, Doc. Thank you, Doc.
Yeah, so hopefully I'll meet that goal. We'll see. It's been stressing me out, by the way. Okay, it's been stressing me out like crazy, girly. When I found out about your situation that I thought you were hired and you're not, that really stressed me like 200% more. But Fran, because you're my cousin, you also stressed me out because I want you to come. So,
I'm so sorry,
Doc,
Doc.
Sir
I'm so
Jeff is
sorry.
still dedicated.
Huh?
Sir Jeff
Oh,
and Sir Ben
yeah.
are still dedicated
Yes,
and
Doc.
well
The what?
passionate to Sir Ben and Sir Jeff, Doc.
Sir
Yeah.
John Jefferson and Sir Benevic.
Yeah.
Benevic,
They are,
right? Navales.
yes,
Yeah.
Benedict. They are still dedicated to have a job in Arkansas
Yeah, well, there is
because
one
they want
at
to be with us.
yeah, the Rogers one. There's one in Rogers, Arkansas. Have him to do Rogers Public School in Arkansas for the computer science. There's some that just got posted. So have him to go. Somebody text him or email him telling him that there is in Rogers. Go to schoolspring.com. I guess that's why I saw it. Schoolspring.com and look for Rogers Public School, Rogers High School, and then there is a computer science that just got posted. That is in Northwest Arkansas, which is like where the Walmart or the Gaisano equivalent. The Walmart is located. That area, and they pay a lot more. They pay like maybe 5 or 7,000 more than you guys. But of course, their standard of living is high there too, high rent. But that's where everybody, like a bunch of my friends that are about to retire, they want to move to Northwest Arkansas just so that their pay would be highest, because your retirement money is based on the average 3 years, your highest 3. So they want their highest 3 to be based on Northwest Arkansas pay. So that's why Northwest Arkansas is actually very hard to get jobs for, but computer science are hard to get people for anyway. So he may have a good chance. And
Yes,
I
Doc.
tried to look. There used to be a friend.
I have already sent him the school.
Yeah, send him
the school
school.
district.
Yeah, because
Rogers Public School.
the superintendent there was a friend of mine, but he retired. I was so sad. I'm like, oh, 'cause I'm also looking for a job for Jet, by the way. Jet is
Yes,
Jet is computer
Doc.
science and he wants to teach. So he passed his praxis the other day. And so he's like, okay, now he needs to do like 2 weeks of intensive course, like teaching courses. And then after that, all he has to do is get a job. And then his student teaching is the actual job itself. And then he's in because he has his 4-year degree. And he's gonna be computer course. So he said, Mom, I really don't like little kids. And I'm like, well, these are at high school that you're doing. So it's going to be like young adults. So it might be a little more doable. You know how you have preference. You know, he preferred the adults or that high school, and that's fine. I prefer the elementary myself. I did teach adults, but young adults and adults, but I prefer the elementary because they are so sweet still. Anyway, okay. I think we need to close up. I did not mean to be longer, but I'm so glad that we got to listen to Sherlynn. Did you? I felt like you needed to hear what she says and what she said because and learn what she had to say because she's very open and candid about, you know, like especially how different races, different nationalities or ethnicities would learn. That is such a topic that's almost like taboo in some, you know, some conversations, and she and I are very open about it. Like we shared, you know, this is what the Filipinos, you know, how the Filipinos would learn, how that, you know, and we have conversations like that before, and it's fine. It's not like we're being bigots or racist. It's just the conversation of facts, you know, that we know based on what we learned, you know, from our experience. So Minchel Golani, Minchel, have I talked to you before? You're new.
Yes, Doc. Good evening. Good
Good
morning.
evening.
There in
You look
USA.
familiar to me, but I don't know. Did you introduce yourself before here?
Not yet, Doc.
Okay.
First time this evening, Doc.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on.
My friend Loren Constantino and Timeline of Damin, Doc. They are my
Yeah.
co-teachers in this district. Yes,
Oh,
Doc. They inspired
okay.
me.
Well, that's
Yes,
so
Doc.
good. Did you learn something from our meeting today? If you're not ready,
Yes, I learned a lot.
well, if you're not ready to introduce yourself today, you can just wait till 2 weeks from now or later. You know, we're gonna be skipping a Saturday, and then the next Saturday we see each other again. So what did you learn? Give me one thing you learned. I will put you in a spot here.
So I inspired so much, and teaching in America is not just teach, but you need to love your work.
Yeah,
You
you have
need to learn.
Mhm.
Yes, the same with us here.
Yeah, same. Yeah, teaching is teaching everywhere. And if you have your heart in the right place, please come. If you don't, please stay there. Because if you really don't care about kids, you're gonna be miserable. Okay, but if you
Yes, because I'm teaching in SPED school for 14 years.
golly, girl, you
It
can
was,
just get a job anywhere here. There's sped need right now everywhere, and you have
but
do you have a master's on it.
I don't have. But I don't have. I have only teaching SPED because of that particular year's no SPED teachers here in Buug.
Ah,
Then we held inclusions during that time.
okay.
When
Well,
I was
you might-
promoted to Master Teacher 1,
Mhm.
I was transferred to barangay schools.
Well, you might want to think about getting a master in special ed if you already have the experience and if you enjoy doing it. Yeah, I would recommend you. You have to have your master's degree if you want to come here, because not very many big sponsors.
I had already my master degree in Master of Arts and Educational Management, Doc.
Admin.
And
Why
had
do you all
also,
a bunch of you do admin? Do you really want to be a principal? Is that what the thing is? Most of you, most like 80% are having that admin.
I don't know that time, Doc, no SPED here in Buog or in Pagadian City. So I was graduated way back 2010. So I
Okay.
realized that I need to pursue my studies. So I enrolled Doctor of Education, major the same, educational management. I got 18 units.
Okay, well, good for
So I
you.
stopped.
Yeah.
So I stopped schooling when I
Yeah,
was
well,
promoted as a teacher, Doc, because I don't know where I'm going because I'm now threatening myself that I am now in a curriculum management manager,
yeah.
not in the school manager.
All right. Well, go to schoolspring.com and do apply directly. With your education, you can pretty much really self-apply, I think. But go ahead and do direct application, and then if you get a job offer, you let me know and I'll help you. I'll get you hooked up with somebody that could help you with visa processing. But you got Jana, the most important thing is to get that job offer. Okay?
Yes, because Timilin and Loren also, Doc, shared with me because we are sharing each other. My almost 5 or 6 of our co-teachers in SPED are there already.
I'm telling
Last
you.
year, maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And
Well,
the other year, 3.
I
Almost
think,
new teachers here now.
why won't you take your praxis in SPED? And if you pass it, you should be able to apply.
Oh, it
Get
can
your-
be.
Yeah, get your praxis on ats.org. I showed you, and then you just go to special ed. And if you
But
can,
I don't have any units.
well, if you can pass it, you have your experience in it.
Yes, I have.
So some administrators would actually prefer you passing the praxis, which means that you know the content, and then your experience. They would rather prefer that over a piece of paper that you did finish a certificate or whatever. Some people would do
Wow.
that, but the visa sponsor may have a different say. So I don't know, but I would say it would not hurt for you to take praxis in special. I'm not going to try to push you on it because you are the one paying for it, but it will cost you money. But it might be worth it if you mention in your interview that I already passed the praxis on special ed. That's a very powerful.
I graduated with area of specialization, doc mathematics.
Okay. Did you have math experience in high school math?
No, elementary.
Elementary. Okay. How many years of?
I am a district coordinator for some time. I'm also I am a winning coach of math Olympiad and math challenge during the division level here in Zamboanga, Sibugay, Doc, when I was in SPED.
But you are in math, though, teaching math instead of coordination of math. Have you taught math in a classroom?
Yes, Doc.
How many years?
Same, 14. Oh, no, 18 years already, but lower grades.
So your degree then, would it show math in your diploma, on your any of your transcript?
Yes, Doc, with
Okay.
area of concentration mathematics.
Okay, then that's what you need to do, because then you match the experience plus the credential and then your praxis. That's what you need to do. Those are that's the alignment you need. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah.
So I learned now.
Yeah, go to ats.org and find math. And then they have two areas, the middle what's that? Middle generalist or something. It's gonna be 4-8, and in high school is 9-12. Okay?
I'm an elementary, Doc.
Yeah. So 4-8 would be the best for you. That way you can teach math from 4th grade all the way to 8th grade. So that's what you need to do, is the middle one, not the elementary. Do the middle, the next level.
Thank you, Doc.
Okay. All right, Catherine Panoy, do you have a question?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, hi.
I have a question also.
Mhm.
I have a bachelor's degree. My bachelor's degree is BSed,
What's
major physics. But my MA is
Tell me about
SPED.
PSF. Tell me about PSF again.
My BSed or bachelor's degree is major in mathematics, and A is SPED. I was confused because I do not know what to write in my resume.
Well, I always customize my resume based on the job description I'm applying. So if that is an opening for special ed, I would write my resume. I would edit my resume to match that and my cover letter. And if you're applying for something else, you need to edit your resume and cover letter to match the job description. The closer you are to the job description, the better chance you have of getting interviewed. So pay attention to the job description. Did that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. But I also want to ask if I can teach in the elementary, because I taught in an integrated school wherein I teach math LM and secondary mathematics.
But your degree is in? Sorry. Your degree is in?
Their education major in math, ma'am.
In high school math?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you have to just match it with your credential. Whatever you want to take a test, look at your credential. Which one matches it? That's what I need to take. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. 4-8 in the middle, 9-12 in the top in the high school. Yep.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank
Is that
you.
it? Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, about most of you, most of the people have now gone to sleep. So we need to go ahead and end here. Thank you so much and good luck to everybody. And thank you again, Diana and company, Glory Faye, all the Memphis 13 that's here, Maria Lovely. Okay, and Miss
Thank you
Marvel,
also,
wish your
Doc.
husband's not here, Wayne. All right, well, thanks again, and I will see you in 2 weeks, and feel free to email me if you have additional questions, okay? It's McCulloughMarlena@gmail. All right, okay, bye-bye.
So much.
See you.
Bye, Doc.
Bye-bye.
you so
Bye,
much,
girlie.
Doc.
I've sent you already the
Okay,
the emails.
thank you.
Thank you so much, Doc. God
Thank you
bless us
po.
all.
Bye,
Thank
Bye,
you.
guys.
Sir Mike.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye.
Bye,
Bye.
Ma'am Mirna.
Bye, Erwin.
Sir
Bye.
Bye, thank you.
Jay, Ma'am Brenda.
Bye. Bye, Doc.
Hi,
Miss
Doc.
na namin
Bye. Bye,
kayo.
everyone.
Now
Video
Gerald is
call
here.
na.
Okay, bye-bye.